Morning. We're live. Yes, we're live. All right. Started off with this drip drop video. Hold up, maybe. What's up? What's up, chat? What's up? Holding it down in Chinatown.
Together, we will make America strong again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And yes, together, we will make America great again.
Yeah, Dave, call in. You know? Where you at, buddy? I wouldn't call him either. T-REV doxed him. Shit, I'll put his information out wide right now. Public information. Fuck it. What's up, love? Hold up. We're about to watch this video real quick. Wow, the system went down. Software system in the airport. Together, we will make America great again. I know I don't like that.
In this video regarding the Moscow, Idaho case, we're going to discuss new information, new revelations, new findings, and updates. We're going to talk about the Doordash order. I think that's super important. We're going to look at a new visual of the house that's been created. We're going to talk about Bryan Kohberger's sister. She starred in a horror movie. Was she recently at the crime scene? We're going to discuss visual snow. Bryan Kohberger allegedly had visual impairment. There's some other tidbits of info, and there's a lot to discuss in this case. Let's jump right into it. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Crime Circus. My name is Drip Drop, and I'm your host as always. For those of you that aren't familiar, 4 college students were slain in Moscow, Idaho, just outside of the Idaho campus. I've previously released multiple videos on Bryan Kohberger. If you want to learn more about this case, make sure you check out my previous releases. I have an entire playlist for this case. A very brief disclaimer. All words, names, and everything spoken in this video is presumed speculation, guessing, theorizing, and non-factual. Bryan Kohberger is presumed innocent. However, the police arrested him because they believe he's guilty, and the state attorney is following through with the charges because they believe he's guilty too. What do you think? Leave me a comment down below. We're just going to jump right into this video and start it with a boom. Shout out to Milo and Lily Van Adventures on YouTube. That channel is run by a lady named Tracy, and she created this animation as well as the voiceover for this. And I created all the spooky background music. All of this information is based on the newly released arrest affidavit, according to police. Let's check this out.
Appreciate it.
In the beginning, most of us believed the 2 surviving roommates, Bethany and Dylan, were sleeping on the first floor. Since then, we've learned Dylan was sleeping here on the 2nd floor, along with Xana and Ethan located here. Kaylee and Madison were located here on the 3rd floor. The dog was located on the 3rd floor and the room by itself. Let's move around and see through the walls into the kitchen, to the back slider, and take a look at the time frames. At 4:04 a.m., the suspect can be seen trying to park his car. At 4:09, approximately 5 minutes later, he enters the house through the back slider. At 4:18, he leaves the house after committing the crimes.
Right.
At 4:20, he's caught on camera driving away at a high rate of speed. All of this only took 9 minutes. Let's watch what that looks like. The suspect enters through the back sliding door. He pauses at the stairs to look around to make sure no one's up. He then turns and goes upstairs. The first bedroom he stops at and opens the door. He sees no one there. He continues to the next bedroom. Here we know what happens. Downstairs, Dylan is sleeping. The noise from upstairs wakes her up. She thinks it's Kaylee playing with her dog. She gets up and goes to the door and looks out.
Absolutely. I mean, we spoofed the same number in my Discord, so Yeah, definitely can spoof numbers easily from apps on your phone.
She sees nothing there. The suspect then continues down the stairs about 3 minutes later.
What's up, Draymond?
He then heads to Xana's room. Outside, there's a security camera picking up some whimpering, cries, and a thud at 4:17. We've learned that Xana was found on the floor, which might explain the thud. Dylan again hears something and looks outside her door. She sees the suspect. He walks right past her and leaves.
Well, what'd you think of that animation? If you need any animation work done, make sure you check out that YouTube channel that I mentioned, Milo and Lily Van Adventures. Hopefully that gives you a clearer idea of what the house layout looked like on King Road, as well as the perpetrator's movements within the house and the time frame required to commit this awful crime. Brian Kohberger's car was first spotted in the area on somebody's surveillance camera at about 3:30 a.m. Doordash arrived at about 4 a.m. Brian's car was also seen again at about 4:04 a.m., and he entered the house moments later, which leads us to the Doordash delivery. What are the odds that a Doordash driver shows up at 4 o'clock? As Brian has already been circling the house since 3:30. And then Brian's car is seen within minutes of the Doordash driver leaving, and then he commits the crime minutes later. I don't believe Xana ordered Doordash. A Jack-in-the-Box bag was found on the counter. For those of you that aren't familiar, that's a fast food restaurant located in Pullman, Washington, and it's located right next to Brian's apartments. My theory is Brian used a throwaway phone as well as a prepaid Visa or gift card to place an anonymous Doordash delivery to the 1122 King Road house. I really don't see how it could be any sort of coincidence. There's a reason Brian showed up to the house early. There's a reason his car was seen doing circles around the house. There's a reason his car was seen going back and forth in front of the house. And he drove behind the house, and behind the house there's this road that has a good view of the back of the house and the front of the house. Check out this image right here. This gives you a slight idea of what Brian may have seen while he was parked up on this road behind King Road. Brian views himself as a criminal mastermind. He had studied killers for years. He studied their ways. He thought this would be the perfect crime, and the Doordash driver would be an easy fall guy to throw off the investigation. As I've told you in my previously released videos, this seems to be exactly how Brian operated. I believe he was on Facebook, Reddit, and YouTube misdirecting the investigation. So it would make sense that before he committed this crime, he wanted to throw misdirection into the mix. In Brian's eyes, the Doordash driver would be the prime suspect. Because if a Doordash driver shows up at 4 o'clock in the morning and then 4 people end up passed away forever, seems like the Doordash guy would be the prime suspect. It also seems highly unlikely that Brian would get so lucky to randomly have a Doordash driver show up as he's awaiting behind the house and he decides to enter the house moments later. Also, theorizing about the Doordash delivery, the Jack-in-the-Box bag had Xana's name on it. That was found on the kitchen counter. If Xana had ordered food, it was because she was hungry, and if she was hungry, she would have brought that bag into her bedroom with Ethan, and she would have enjoyed her meal in her bedroom. However, the bag was found on the counter along with the drink that came with the bag. So apparently Xana didn't know anything about that order. I think that was an anonymous early morning delivery that confused the occupants of the house, and that's when Dylan heard somebody's here. In a state of confusion, the food was accepted. Nobody knew who ordered it, and it was placed on the counter. And Xana went back to her bedroom with Ethan. Only minutes later is when Brian entered the household. Brian obviously entered this house knowing the occupants were awake. When we first heard about this case, we were told everybody was attacked in their sleep, but that's just not the case here. On November 13th, Brian was a predator, and these victims were his prey. I don't believe Xana placed that Doordash order. Brian placed the Doordash order to confuse detectives and all of us online sleuths. He thought he was so smart, but he wasn't smart enough to not leave a sheath with his DNA on it, and he wasn't smart enough to not drive his own vehicle to the crime scene. Brian wasn't as smart as he thought he was. Moving on, we're going to very briefly discuss Brian Kohberger's sister. In 2011, she starred in a horror movie. Recently, a woman was seen in 1122 King Road, the crime scene. This woman appears to look exactly like Brian Kohberger's sister. I don't know if it is one way or the other, but it's being discussed. Let's check out these side-by-side comparisons. As you can see here, we are looking at a known picture of Brian Kohberger's sister, as well as somebody that was recently at the crime scene house. Is one of these women simply Brian's attorney's assistant who happens to look exactly like his own sister? If so, I guess that would mean there's another doppelganger in this case. Everybody appears to look the same. I've previously told you about my own doppelganger story, and in return, many of you told me about your doppelganger stories. To me, this is just weird. If everybody looks so similar, I don't understand it. It's confusing. And what is with that camcorder she was holding? That thing looks like it's from the 90s or early 2000s. I'm pretty sure any modern cell phone could do the job just as good, but what do I know? I'm just a YouTuber. I don't know. What do you think? Do you think that that's Brian's sister at the crime scene? If so, this might be the first of its kind. How weird, how creepy. But maybe she's just trying to get her brother out of prison. I don't know. I've recently obtained some internet posts from Brian from when he was 17 and 18 years old on a forum. Apparently, he suffers from something known as visual snow. I don't know if this is reality or just something in Brian's mind. However, visual snow is apparently some type of visual impairment that looks something like this. This is what he had to say for himself online. I have just accepted my visual snow finally. I don't even feel the need to stay away from the forum. It doesn't scare me anymore. Anyone else come to terms? I feel like coming to terms could be a bad thing, though. In a prior post, he says, I went crazy on Topamax. So he has a history of various pharmaceuticals. He's tried various diets. He's talked about how he feels nothing. He's talked about how great his dad is, but how mean he is to his dad. He's talked about how he feels like he's some type of character in a video game, and he just feels nothing. As a young man, he spiraled out of control on the internet. Some people have speculated that visual snow is why he didn't see Dylan. I disagree with that because visual snow didn't appear to stop him from finding the other 4 victims, waiting for the Doordash driver, making his way to and from and all over Washington and Idaho and all the way back to Pennsylvania, as well as being a grade A student in all of his college classes. So even if he did have visual snow, it didn't seem to stop him from doing any of the things that he wanted to do in life. It didn't stop him from purchasing a knife, driving around at all hours of the night, putting 15,000 miles on his car, and just
make sure you guys smash the like button. We will be opening the lines 219-885-9693. Get ready.
Under half a year. He seemed to be doing an awful lot of driving for somebody that's visually impaired and not getting into any accidents. So me personally, I'm not buying it. I think it might have been psychological with Brian Kohberger. So that pretty much sums up what I wanted to say in this video. I just wanted to keep it short and sweet and present you as much information as possible in a short amount of time because your time is super valuable and I appreciate you. If you want to see longer videos on this case, check out my last 3 videos. And if you want me to continue this investigation, I will. And if you want me to investigate other crimes in other places, I will. But I'm also going to keep presenting you interrogation videos as well. For those of you that are new to this channel and aren't familiar, I have a second Crime Circus channel. It's called Crime Circus Cult. I'm going to leave a link down below, and I'd appreciate if you come check out that channel. On that channel, body cams, interrogations, and 911 calls. Come say hi. I appreciate it. Also, please consider supporting me on Patreon if you like this show. A little goes a long way, and it really helps me be able to present this show to you. So thank you for your consideration. Until next time, remember to stay safe out there because you know it's a dangerous world.
All right, there we go. Shout out. Good video. Good video. Good video. Good shit. Let's check this out real quick.
One person in the world who knows the answer, and Kohberger ain't talking.
What up,
but
Brian?
there might be a way for the rest of us to retrace the steps that led him into that cold Moscow jail cell. A series of posts that were found online, some of them really disturbing, just might have been.
Guys, we just need to work together, and
together we will make America strong again.
You know?
Written by Kohberger when he was a teenager. Here's an example from 2011 when he was 16. It reads, I see a large intensity of black, yellow, white fuzz. It makes my mind fizzle, and I can barely keep in the bounds of reality. It is as if the ringing in my ears and the fuzz in my vision is simply all of the demons in my head mocking me. Dozens and dozens of posts like this were written on a site called Tapatalk. in a forum for people who believed that they were suffering from a condition called visual snow syndrome. News Nation has not been able to independently verify that these are Kohberger's early posts, but there are strong indications that they are.
JB.
And I'm joined now by the two people who found them. Lauren Mathias is a reporter who's been following this case very closely, and John Mathias, her husband, is a clinical and forensic psychologist who's done a deep dive into what the posts might mean. Together, they host the Hidden True Crime.
I got some mental snow for that motherfucker. Rip his fucking eyes out. Sorry.
Podcast, and welcome to both of you. Lauren, how did you make this discovery, and how did you link it to Brian Kohberger?
Looking for a hater.
Yeah, it was the Hidden True Crime team that did this together, and there was a verified email address that we used that uncovered these writings.
Stop the cap.
From 2011, the post. The photo looks to be a side-by-side of Brian. The username is an email that he used, as well as his rapper name. He did some raps online, and he confirms his own birthday and a relative's address, as well as living in Pennsylvania. So things do seem to add up, as well as the hundreds of pages that we have poured over reading. Everything matches up to
Brian's raps. I heard them. They sounded like when I take a shit in the morning after my coffee.
look like this is Brian Kohberger writing as a 16-year-old boy.
And there's like an array of writings. You say hundreds and hundreds of pages. That's just remarkable to start with from a teenager. But this went from 2009 to 2012. I think ages 14 to 17, John. And just sort of your overall.
Give this creep a title, she said. Amy says, I'm going to read this. She says, hey, Trev, it really bugs me that y'all give this creep a title. You know that he loves that idea of you comparing him to his idols. I think it's in really bad taste. Who am I comparing this coward to? This motherfucker is about as I don't know. Well, I'm gonna hold back on that comment, but this dude is a fucking idiot. The dude literally is the dude got a DME degree. You know what I mean? Dumbest motherfucker ever degree. A DMED. I'll make up a new one every day. What was it before? The DMI? That motherfucker he went to school and got a DMI. Like, nah, this dude is not. He ain't getting no title from me. I promise you that. I don't label him along with any serial killer, mass murderer, whatever. This dude's a fucking coward. And if he ain't PC'd up when he goes to prison, you best believe he's gonna be getting his cookies taken. Simple as that.
Impressions of the body of work as you went through it.
I think there's a couple pieces here that are most relevant. There's a couple pages that really kind of speak to his mental state at the time, but I think the overall picture that emerges here is this is a very troubled adolescent with many mental health issues. In fact, there's so many symptoms that he identifies, it's hard to know where to start.
I mean, it's sad and scary, sort of all at the same time to hear that, because you think of a teenager suffering, but then you think of the person we're talking about, and it's hard to feel any sympathy at all if he's indeed the killer. Lauren, in 2009, the posts were pretty short, but then in 2010, they start to get longer. They're more confessional. They don't talk so much about his visual snow condition, whereas,
What visual snow? Man, nobody wants to hear about this visual snow condition. Fuck his visual snow condition. Fuck this video. You know what? Call in. Let's talk shit about Brian Kohberger all day. Let's talk about how dumb this motherfucker is. If you want to call in, 219-885-9693. Make sure you call in. The lines are wide open. I'm sorry. The only title that dude gets from me is a fucking idiot reward. T-REV, I think we should call him Blowburger. That's his name. I mean, that's the title I give him. Blowburger. Fucking Brian Christopher Blowburger. It's about all he is. I felt the same way. I saw this yesterday, T-REV. She don't know what she's talking about, Eric says. Nobody gave him a title in this group. I know I ain't give him no title. But no, I get what Amy's saying, though. I do get what Amy's saying. She's, in a sense, a lot of people are giving him a title. I just don't have one for him. JP Gunner says, oh, he will be in PC. He's carding out day one. That's a fact. All right, let's check it out. First phone call of the day, 5 minutes. Let's get it.
Priscilla.
Priscilla, what's going on? You're live.
Oh my God, I can't believe, am I the first one?
First one. You on the clock, 5 minutes, the floor is yours. What's your thoughts on this douchebag and his DME?
Okay, I just wanted to let you know, did you see Jonathan Lee Richards? Cause I think that he was there. I think Brian was in the visual, but he spotted another guy.
From what I seen, that motherfucker wasn't at no visual. That dude looked like Big Bird.
No, that wasn't the guy that Jonathan spotted. You have to scroll down and look at his videos. So you could see the guy that he spotted looks spot on like Brian.
Right. I had to look and see what you're talking about. I don't know. Could he have been there? Absolutely. I mean, I know the people that
I think he was there.
People picked out all this one dude, and the dude looked like Big Bird. Dude
yeah, with the glasses and the curly hair.
I mean, yeah, dude.
No, but he had a black cap on. And the guy that he spotted, that's why he was laughing, because it was when the second guy came out, because he spotted Brian. I think he spotted him spot on. But I wanted you to show everybody that video because it didn't get a lot of views.
Yeah, I'll have to check it out and see what I think.
All right. So check that out, and you're doing a good job.
I appreciate you. Yeah, I mean, we
got the bananas.
We got the Delphi trial coming up at some point. I think Richard Allen's got court on Friday. This bozo's got court tomorrow, so we'll check into that. But I know we're about to be moving on to some other cases. Until trial comes with this one, we'll cover everything. We'll cover these last little pieces up, and then we're gonna move on to another case. I mean, I don't know who else is moving on to another case with me, but I know I'm moving on to another case until we get the trial with this. We covered a lot of the things in the affidavit. A lot of people still have questions about that probable cause affidavit, and I understand that. I do. Right. I understand that everybody's questioning Dylan, and everybody's questioning Bethany. Where was Bethany? What was Dylan seen him face to face? She had to know. She didn't call the police. Well, as far as I know, it didn't say in the affidavit that Dylan walked in, seen the murders, and then went and laid back down. It didn't say that. So it's like, there is questions there. I just don't, I feel like if she was involved, she'd be arrested. And I'm
just happy that there's somebody in custody and it's moving forward, because that was bananas,
ain't no doubt.
But
what's this video you're speaking of? Send it to my email.
But I don't see your email nowhere. You keep on saying your email's on there, but
if you hit exclamation point email all lowercase, it'll pop up every time.
Okay.
I promise you, I have it as a command in my chat, so when you see it,
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for calling in. I appreciate you. God bless you, ma'am. I hope you have a good day. Lock your doors and stay away from these creepy bastards that are out here preying on everybody. Preying on women mostly. Half of these motherfuckers won't come up to no men. They prey on women, and not to say women are weak, but I need you guys to protect yourself a little bit more. Maybe go to the gun range if you can. If you're not a felon and you can carry, get a gun, load up, because there is predators out there and they are ready to prey.
For real.
And I'm serious about that.
Good reason, right?
Absolutely. Yes, ma'am. So be careful, be on your P's and Q's, because you never know who is preying on you.
For real. Thank you so much, you guys. Okay, bye.
God bless you, man. Thank you. Shout out to her. If you want to call in 219-885-9693, make sure you call in. Napoleon Dynamite looking ass. Who's calling me right now? I'm not getting that call on this end, homie. 219-885-9693. Hold up. I don't know that number. Do I? Hello? Yeah. Uh-huh. Oh, they only got one. Can you get that in like Dr. Pepper or Coke?
To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Did you guys, by chance, see the thing that
Coca-Cola's
just came out?
fine, ma'am.
Huh?
Coca-Cola's fine. I'll take Coca-Cola. I'll take one of them and then a Sprite. That's fine.
Oh, right on.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I appreciate you. My bad. I was on the phone with Doordash. Your 5 minutes ain't started yet. They were calling me, telling me we don't have, they don't have this, they don't have that. Then why advertise this shit? Anyway, you're live. You got 5 minutes.
Oh, okay. I won't even take that long. I just saw something that came across this morning. I wanted to see if you knew about it.
What is
and
that?
What you thought. It says that the Whitman County has sealed the search warrant for his apartment, and according to the court documents, quote, premature public disclosure of the details of this law enforcement investigation will create a serious and imminent threat to the effective law enforcement and could result in the premature end of this investigation, which could be a threat to public safety. Releasing details of the Whitman County search warrant would also risk the personal privacy of witnesses, victims, and the victims' families. So the search warrant for his apartment has been completely sealed.
Yeah, that was brought up yesterday too about his shit being sealed. And the reason why I think it's sealed is because I think there's some evidence in the computers or anything that they took out of there. So I really do think there is some type of evidence laying inside of that. You know what I mean? There's got to be. There's probably stuff that he's wrote in books. There's probably stuff on his mental health in there, etc. Or shit that, stuff he was searching. That's definitely going to be sealed. And with a gag order, they definitely ain't coming up off that shit.
What do you think about this quote right here? And this is the quote that actually gets me. It says, according to court documents, quote, premature public disclosure of the details of this law enforcement investigation will create a serious and imminent threat to the effective law enforcement.
Mm-hmm.
And, so why would law enforcement be a threat?
That's a great question. That's a great question. I don't know. I can't wait to find out a little bit more, because I feel like, they got this guy from Pennsylvania, brought him all the way back, and now they put a gag order on the case. So we're not going to be hearing much. And a lot of the shit that comes out, like these fake ass audios that people want to come up with and say, oh, this was the doorbell from that night. Like, yeah, okay. People wanted me to play that shit on my show. When I first heard it, I knew it was fake. Called it out, and then I had people saying, man, you're not being real no more because you were open to that stuff. Well, I'm not open to fucking keep looking at fake shit. Show me some facts and we can check it out.
What do you think of that guy's theory on that DoorDash that he made, that DoorDash call himself and ordered it?
I don't know. I feel like that was, I don't know what to think about that. Show me some facts behind it and I'll jump with it. You know what I mean? I want to see facts behind that. Did he make that DoorDash phone call?
Yeah, I don't know.
Not phone call. You know what I mean? Did he do what I just did? Did he DoorDash some coffee and get some, Coke products and all types of shit like that? I have no idea.
Right. The other question I had is, watching that little thing that lady did, like, we're able to walk in and kind of do the crime scene, the 9 minutes. He goes, per that thing, he goes into Kaylee's, goes in there, right? And there's nobody there. So to me, he's checking all the doors. And then he goes into Maddie's and he goes downstairs. And then clearly you can see a door on the right, but he passes by it. To me, that just makes me think that he was, either he didn't see it, which is so, I don't know how you don't see it on the way, past it and on the way out. Or he was there for specific people. I don't know.
I don't know. All I know is this dude's about to get cooked. I mean, a lot of people are like, well, that DNA on the sheet don't mean much. That DNA on that sheet might be the one that put his ass down.
Yeah, it was actually, if I read right, it was on the button, you flick the button open.
Yeah, it was touch DNA, skin cells, etc.
And I also wanted to say, just like you were saying about women, and about like how do the shooting things unless you have a felony. And I just wanted to say that, I think that even if you have a felony, that's not a violent crime, because I had one for a DUI 15 years ago, which I got reduced.
Mm-hmm.
I got reduced to misdemeanor, but I'm still not legally able to own a gun until I follow that law. But that just means I have other weapons everywhere. But as a woman, I don't think that's fair. You know what I mean? Because I can't protect myself. I think that we need to change that law. I just want to put that out there.
You can't carry?
No, not legally.
Hey, whatever they don't know don't hurt. No, I'm just
don't
listen to me. Don't listen to me. Bad influence.
Oh,
But I'm saying in general though, like you guys, you women out there really need to be protective. And I'm not, I know us men out, a lot of us carry. I walk around my house in my boxers with my 22 house pistol in my pocket, or hanging out my boxer brief and shit. Like I don't know. I just don't. I don't know. I walk around with my gun at all times, and I'll continue to live that way. I mean, it is what it is. We live in a world right now where you never know who is about to try to commit something against you. So that's why when I leave this house, I'm locked and loaded.
Especially now that we're seeing that more of a trend with women that are, either attractive or charismatic or have a high following, that are targets. But, I think too, being on formal probation for 5 years back in the day, and having my door kicked in, and they just went, thumbed through my phone, my pictures, and saw I had a shotgun doing we were just with the family. We were just doing target practices. They were going to roll me up and for that. So I just was like, fuck it. And it started, I just never carried. But you know what? I just think we should change that law. So I don't know if anybody's listening that can write a new bill.
Yeah, you never know. I appreciate you calling in. Thank you. God bless you and your family, and I hopefully hear from you again. And thank you for having a voice in the community, man. And stay protected. Lock your doors, lock your windows, and keep something close to bust the head wide open with.
Okay, hey, and one more thing. I think that we should have a competition of who can come up with the best name for Koberger or Booger. Let's come up with something really bad.
A competition?
Yeah. Like in the chat, live chat.
Yeah, go. You guys go ahead. My name for him is Frying Christopher Blowburger. That's my name for him. But
all
hey,
right, thank you, guys.
No doubt. Hey, shout out to you. God bless you, and hopefully I'll hear from you again. Thank you. Make sure you call in 219-885-9693. Dr. Pepper, yes, we like that. We like that. Missy Bevers is a case I follow from day one. Nancy Grace covered that. Now, with Missy Bevers, the problem with Missy Bevers is you can visually see this person walking through the church, and she was just outright killed and going into fitness. I think it was fitness at like 5 a.m. at church. And you can see this person walking. A lot of them taking his stepdad, allegedly.
Ivan,
what's going on? You're live, man. You got 5 minutes. The floor is yours, man. What's your thoughts on everything going on with Frying Christopher Blowburger?
I call him Twinkle Toes.
Yeah.
He's about to have some twinkle toes where he's going.
He's a coward, man.
Yeah, man. It's unreal. It
Together,
really is unreal.
We will make America strong again.
I'm serious.
I know it's unreal. Everything that's happened, especially after, a lot of the stuff started coming out. And I think everybody was kind of taken back by it. But I do kind of like the how Drip Drop kind of made that insinuation that allegedly he could have made his own call for the Doordash to kind of just make it a movie, and so that seems possible because the Doordash, the Jack in the Box is from Pullman. So what's to say he didn't make the order, follow him there when he got him to get the door open?
Yeah.
When he seen the Doordash driver leave, boom, he hit. Seriously.
I'm following you on that. I'm just thinking in my
that Jack
head.
in the Box is from Pullman. And that's right, maybe 1 mile from his house.
Yeah, no doubt. Absolutely.
Woo! I was like, okay, well, I can kind of see that. That's possible because
I think he was stalking him.
Yeah, he had been because I think Kaylee had mentioned something about a stalker, but I think he was just kind of messing with everybody. You know, he just, you know how he was talking about in his little writings, he mentioned something about the visual snow, and if he kind of accepts it, it's going to be a bad thing. Well, I think the bad thing is when he finally accepted it, in his words, he did the dog in. I think he did that dog in 3 miles away from the house, knife and all, just to see if he could even stomach it. And then I think after he did that, it was over.
I mean, let me find out that's please don't let that be the state a fake troll Steve Goncalves account in this live. Mods, check that date on that account. I feel like people do that. That's disrespectful to the family.
That's so disrespectful. It is. I mean, and you know, I don't think he's a serial killer per se. Obviously, he's a mass killer, but I don't think it's his first time doing any type of killing. I think that dog was his first time. You know what I mean? It wasn't
so you think he skinned this dog?
I think he absolutely skinned the dog to see if he could even deal with it. And you know how they mentioned that he was in the area 12 times?
Mm-hmm.
That dog was one of them. All right. That dog was on the route. All right. The other little houses, even possibly the masked man. I mean, he was in the area 12 times. Does it mean he was stalking them every time? I don't think so.
Damn. So you think, okay.
I think he was in the area hitting everybody up, trying to get into all these doors and stuff. And I mean, 1122.
What's your thoughts on what's your thoughts on everybody's talking about Dylan? What's your thoughts on Dylan?
It's sticky. It's a sticky situation for me with Dylan. Honestly, I don't know which way to go. I know, you got your people that look at it from both ways, and you can argue against them both, honestly. I think it's a little weird. It ain't happening unless I'd hate to say it, but if you're going to ask me to be completely honest, this is what I would have to ride or die on. If you were asking me from just a step outside the box, I'd be like, the only reason why you wouldn't call the police for 8 hours if you needed to make sure that these people died from their wounds. Like leave no survivor. Kind of got to make sure. Like there's that one woman and her husband, they had got killed too, but she survived.
Mm-hmm.
19 stab wounds. She survived that shit.
Talking about in Oregon.
Right, but you can't survive 8 hours.
I just feel like I know he lived in Pennsylvania at the time, so that's the part that gets me with that.
Yeah, I'm not saying he did that. I'm just saying you can survive 19 stab wounds, but not with 8 hours before medical attention.
Mm-hmm.
So when people talk about Dylan and stuff, I'm like, phew, if she had anything to do with it, now that would make sense. Why you would not call the police for 8 hours? You want to make sure they bleed out.
Yeah, no doubt, man.
Ooh, it is crazy, but I think it's more simple.
I think this dumb fuck went to the crime scene to see if because I bet he was shitting his pants when he realized that Sheath was gone.
Unless he was supposed to be one of the friends that she called over.
Yeah, ain't no doubt. Ain't no doubt, man. I appreciate you calling in. Where you calling in from?
Yeah,
brother?
Thanks for Indiana, man. Indiana, baby.
Shout out to you in Indiana, man. What part? Indianapolis?
I'm south IU, down by IU, Bloomington.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I could walk into Chicago right now at the door, so.
Yeah, man. We all love what you're doing, man. You're doing a good thing. Don't listen to none of that other shit.
Oh, no, I don't listen to none of that other shit. It's funny that, you got all these YouTubers that want to talk about each other. It's like, man, turn a fucking light on in your dark ass head and focus on yourself, and you might start growing.
Yeah, they don't even look in the mirror when they brush their teeth. You know what I mean?
But it is what it is. I don't want to pass judgment on them. I pray for all these people that sit around and harbor darkness all day long when they could be focused on something else, trying to better, people around them, communities around them, freedom of speech. But instead, they use their freedom of speech for dark shit, like putting down one another out here. Oh, this person.
I know it's crazy.
It's like it's you're worried about the next man. You're counting the next man. You're in the next man's pocket. You're worried about what the next man or woman's doing. You're worried about what videos they make. You're worried about this. Like, focus on yourself, and you might start growing. Shout out to you, brother. I appreciate you calling in. God bless you, my man.
Right on, Trev. See you, bro.
Later, brother. Shout out to him. If you want to call in 219-885-9693, make sure you call in. We lady this morning. What's up? Cole Burger, the Idaho idiot. Fuck the title of that boy. Let's see. Oh my God. Let me see the sound block, T. Carolina in the building.
Call from
Big Lou.
What up, Big Lou from the Carolina? What's good with you, my man? You're live. 5 minutes. The floor is yours. What's your thoughts on everything right now, man?
All right, just getting on the topic again. I think the original topic was the hypothesis of the motive.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking it was kind of like a dualistic system with him, with the fantasy, the planning.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it made the perfect situation with the girls, where it all came together. It was like a light bulb that went off in his head.
Mm-hmm.
This was the time. These were the people. It's the stuff that I've been fantasizing about all the time. And he frequented the location, and I think it was like the perfect storm.
Yeah, nah, this dude, man. This dude is just frying my brain at this point. I can't wait to see this dude get cooked in trial.
Oh yeah, he's going down. I mean, I think he is. I just
do you think he'll use that knife as a pawn in trial to try to get life in prison when he sees the evidence that they have against him? Because we don't even know all the evidence they have.
Well, you know, all the misdirection and misinformation, and I understand why they have to do that. There's this thing in my soul that says they already have it.
Mm-hmm.
And they're not going to let us know. That's going to be the bombshell that they roll out there, you know, almost at the very last. Oh, by the way, you know, we did find the knife, the trophy, the thing he can't bear to do away with because I think that he was so narcissistic that he kept it. I mean, it was like a Super Bowl trophy to him. I don't see him getting rid of it. If he did, he got rid of it in the river along the path that he was going to when he went off track. But I just think it was the perfect storm. But like Detective John said, I think he had in his mind, he had the perfect plan, but he rushed it. And why did he? And the question that needs to be asked is, why did he rush it? I mean, when you're observing you're observing 3 females, maybe more, and you've got them right there. Why rush it? Was it a conversation that was had that got him upset, or was it the fact that Kaylee? I was trying to steer away from the Kaylee situation. I thought that was a whole lot of hype that she was the main one that he was after. But if he wanted to get them all as a group, or he was already infatuated with Kaylee, through however he found out, knew that he was on limited time with her and she was going to bail. And he said, I've got to do it tonight. Now that would expedite the process, would it not? That would get him, in full motion. In desperation. I can't let her go to Texas. I don't know if I'll ever see her again.
Now is the thing. So you think maybe Kaylee was the target, and he was like, "Damn, she's about to be gone. If I'm gonna do this, I need to act now."
Yeah, it was either whoever else he was involved with, and it's just a coincidence, or my girl's getting ready to. She's part of the group. You know, I don't have any problem killing them all anyway, because they're so tight as a family, go everywhere together. I can't stand them because I'm upset. My life is shit, and theirs is golden, and I'm tired of seeing it. and he probably got, rebuffed a little bit on his advances, and he was going to take care of business. But now, along the lines, if Kaylee was the one, he only had a limited opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah, man, and it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that you got people, and that's the thing, man. You never know who around you that you know. There's people that kill, and people are blown away by who it is. Like, I never thought he would have did that. So that's why you always got to be on your P's and Q's and pay attention to signs, because sometimes you may not even see a sign either. That's the scary thing.
evil.
There's no sign.
Evil definitely does not have a face. A lot of people think that, though.
Sometimes it does. Sometimes I'll go on this with you. Sometimes evil has a face, but sometimes evil hides in plain sight.
Right.
Period.
Right.
Period.
But
that shit'll hide you. It could be somebody sitting next to you on the couch that's just thinking about lighting shit up. You know what I mean?
This case is going to go stale. It's not. We're not going to just call it stale or cold, but just because of the gag order, it's going to kind of.
Oh, it's going to go quiet for a long time.
A little way, yeah.
It's going to go quiet till trial time. Period. Simple as that.
The whole
something big, miraculous comes out, like another person's been arrested, then you can guarantee yourself within the next 2 weeks, shit's going to be hush hush, and people are going to be grasping at straws for content on this case. They're going to be. There's no wondering, what kind of audios are going to be fucking cooked up. There's probably somebody cooking up the perfect barking sounds and all types of shit right now for another. Yeah, here you can hear the thud, the dog barking, and people just grasp at this content all day long for shit, and it's like, man, actually just stick to the facts.
So the whole world wants to know, and you're going to get this question a lot as this thing cools off a little bit, as we're talking about it, is okay, so what's next? What you got your eye on?
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted to ask you what your thoughts were on the husband and wife in Oregon. Not so much the other lady that they claim was vegan.
What's my thoughts on them? Is Brian Koberger lived in Pennsylvania, so I need proof that he was there?
Not saying, we know he didn't live around there, but a visit with the same MO.
Yeah, no, I'd need to know that he was there at that time, and I'd be like, yeah, that motherfucker, he definitely need to look into him. But you know what? They got his DNA, so if there's anything left behind now, they'll find that. I appreciate you calling in, bro. It's been 5 minutes. I'm gonna get somebody else some time, man. I appreciate you though, my boy.
All right, man. Take it easy.
God bless you, my man. Take it easy. 219-885-9693. Get some floor time. Over the bridge. My man was ready to talk, baby. And I get it. A lot of us are, but I got to keep the 5-minute time limits to get everybody in.
Together, we will make America strong again.
Are you crazy? Are you out of your mind?
Call from.
All right, man. Take it easy. What's going on?
But I gotta keep the 5 minutes.
Next.
Call from.
Robert,
what's going on? You live?
Hey, good morning, T-REV. How are you?
I'm hanging in there, brother. What's going on with you?
Good job last night, dude.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Hey, there are a couple of things that are bothering me right now, and one of them, I keep hearing Dylan's name come up. How come she didn't do this? How come she didn't do that? And they can kiss my ass on that shit, dude, because, out of the 4 people that were unalived, I don't hear anybody saying, well, how come they didn't scream and yell, because
you said out of the 4 people that were killed?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How come none of them at that time were screaming, like help, or, I'm not hearing anything like that. So there's other, people involved. There's, that's what I just don't get. So everybody needs to lay off Dylan, it's one of them woulda, shoulda, coulda things,
It is what it is. You're going to hear all aspects of that shit all day long.
Now, here's something that pissed me off last night. After you said goodnight to everybody, I was watching something else, and they said that Brian is enjoying the limelight. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me, dude? He's enjoying the limelight?
He's in a 6x4 concrete cell with a stainless steel toilet, okay, and a half a roll of toilet paper. He doesn't get TV. He doesn't get cell phone. He doesn't get, the daily news delivered to him daily. Nobody talks to him except his lawyer and the people in his head, dude. So as far as him living in the limelight, he's got himself up there, with right beside Putin as, two of the most hated people in the world. And that's how I see it. He's not living in the limelight.
The dude's living in a box light right now.
Yeah.
I mean, what limelight? I mean, okay, of course people are talking about him, but in general, I mean, I don't see no good. I think I've seen 3 YouTube videos that say he's innocent.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Whatever. Prove it.
He's innocent. I mean, DNA. Your DNA's at the scene on the night sheet. So I mean, somebody. I got a couple calls yesterday talking about he was framed. I don't know if you heard those.
Okay, so they just put him in the car and put his DNA all over the place and drove him around, 12 fucking times. That's some of the stupidest shit, dude.
You'll hear it all, man. I'm telling you. You'll hear it all. You'll hear it all. I'm amazed at some of the things I hear, but hey, I respect the opinions, But in general, I think, some things I heavily disagree with, but I respectfully disagree with it at the same time. But I'm like, damn, I hear people that are like, man, it was a drug deal going bad. He was framed, they got these crazy 9/11 conspiracies, man. It's wild.
Yeah. I was listening to the guy yesterday that was talking about the conspiracies from the government. That's our government, dude. They do so much stuff behind our back that we don't know about in the middle of the night. So are there conspiracies? Sure. But is Brian one of them? No. He's just a punk ass bitch that needs to die, Just another piece of shit that needs to be wiped off the face of the earth.
Oh, I'm sure he will be. I think he'll get the death penalty. That's just me speculating, but I really do think they're aiming for the death penalty in full, and I really do think he'll get it. That's just allegedly, but I do think he'll get the death penalty.
Yeah, it's I think it's going to be after I think tomorrow he's going to say not guilty, and the court date's going to be set for maybe a month, down the road, and I don't think it's going to drag on. I don't think so. I mean, there just is nothing there in his defense. He's got nothing. How do you prove I'm insane or I'm an idiot when you got a PhD in that shit?
Yeah, no, shit. This dude is insane. Like, this dude is far from insane, and he couldn't take no insanity plea in Idaho anyway. So I'm happy for that.
Yeah.
Because I bet you he would do it. Man, I got snow visuals, and I see reindeer and Santa Claus on chimneys. Like, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, Drip Drop. He's on point though, dude. I love that dude.
Yeah, no doubt. I like his research. We've had a couple conversations off the cuff.
Yeah.
Definitely.
All right, man. Well, I'm gonna sit back and enjoy another cup of coffee and listen to some other callers come in and watch your show, dude. That's what I've got planned for today, man. But I had to commend you on talking to Cuomo yesterday.
I appreciate you, brother.
All right, dude. You keep the faith, and I'll talk to you later, man.
All right, thank you, brother.
All right, bye.
Shout out to him. Shout out to him, man. If you want to call in, 219-885-9693. Damn, I had to open the door. You there?
What? You had to open the door?
Yeah, no. I had to go let somebody at the front door. I'm back. You're live.
Okay, well, this is Vicky here on Afternoon as Granny because I was so proud of you last night. I'm now your new grandma.
Thank you. Can you mute the background for me, Grandma?
Pardon? Oh, I've got you on. Well, duh.
Yeah, I had to go. My bad. I had to go open the door. I got a lot of stuff going on, but they ain't gonna stop me from being live.
I know. I have to go to work to get ready for work in 15 minutes. I just hate this. I just die because I can't get your reception because I take my patient to the high school and they've got such security on their internet that You can't get YouTube. So, anyways, you know, this dog, I'm thinking, he stalked the house so many freaking times. This was probably a barky little farky that every time he was spying on the house or doing a surveillance, he couldn't get the dog shut up. So I think he probably just got the dog.
You think so?
I do. I think he practiced, but also he was a barky little farky.
Barky little farky.
Yeah. I mean, little dogs, they bark. And this dog was obviously outside, so maybe he was, you know, barking when he was out there trying to surveillance. And
I mean, it could be right. Huh?
I mean, I got to be crazy sometimes. It's okay.
Man, did you see? I recorded the backstage yesterday with Cuomo. It was actually pretty crazy seeing how they work in the studio.
I'll have to watch rerun.
It's crazy how they work in those studios. I'll tell you that much.
No, I'm sure.
And then they just put you right on, like, yeah, he thinks he called into his podcast, and it's like, all right. You know what I mean? They lay it out. They were like, I was looking, and they were like, you know, can you put a different hat on, YOLO? I'm not changing myself for nobody. I wear what I want, when I want, where I want. I don't care what occasion it is. I'll walk in there with some flip flops right in your news station. I'm just saying.
I know you had a lot of hat comments. I just dissed them.
I'm not fitting to be somebody I'm not for anyone.
Nope, I'm not either.
But
I just don't.
But this case right here is wild, though. I mean, what bothers you the most about this case?
Oh, everything. It's crazy. And I think there's so much stuff we don't know. And, you know, by the way, when they got the car, that was 2015. That's the year that they came out with GPS on the Hyundai Elantra. So they wouldn't have time to process any of that because it was just a few days before his arraignment that they had collected the car. So there may be some information on that. And I don't want them to change venue. I know they're probably going to. Moscow's so small, but just think of the families you're going to have to drive to Boise. What a freaking hassle. That's like an 8-hour drive. They're going to have the money for hotels, for food. We need to start up.
It is what it is. They got to move the trial. I mean, who doesn't know about this case?
Yeah, I'm surprised. I asked a lot of people, a lot of other teachers when I'm around the school during the day. I'm not a teacher, I'm a nurse, but they haven't heard of it. I mean, the news, a lot of people don't watch the news.
Yeah, a lot of people don't watch the news. I get that. But in general,
newspapers
are people that know about this case. Because if you got an iPhone, if you got anything, you open that shit up, you're going to see something about the Idaho 4.
No, I'm just saying there's people that don't know. So.
You're right. There's a lot of people that don't know about this shit. But then again, you got people worldwide that know about this. I've had people call me from Ireland, UK, Bangladesh.
Oh, yeah, I catch you whenever I can. So mostly on my days off. And when I get home from work and before work like now. So, yeah. Well, you just have a great day. You've got a great show. Still proud of you. And when I've got more on my list, I will call back. And
well, I guess you're going to have to start doing some research on the next case I'm going to cover because it's coming very, very, very soon.
What case is that going to be?
You'll see when I drop it.
Oh, okay.
I'll drop a video about it, and then you could do some digging. But we're definitely going to be diving into another case. I mean, there's always a family that needs some help.
Yeah.
I got a big list of them. So, but I appreciate you calling in. God bless you. I hope you have a good day at work, and thank you for calling in.
All right.
Thank you.
Bye.
Shout out to her. You want to call in 219-885-9692. Where's my coffee? Oh my God. If it ain't one thing, it's another. Let's see. Greetings from Denmark. France in the building. What's up? Shout out to y'all.
We will make America strong again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America proud again.
Uh-oh.
Call from
Terry,
Hey, what's going on? Shout out to you. What's up?
how are you?
I'm great. How about yourself?
Good. I just want to tell you did great last night.
Thank you.
Really good job. You remain calm, cool, and collective.
I mean, that's what I try to do.
So listen, I was thinking about that Alf-looking freak. Tell me he doesn't look like Alf. Remember Alf from when we were kids?
The Alf-looking freak?
Yep, that's what he looks like. Alf. Remember Alf, the TV show?
Yeah, it's super old, but yeah, I remember it.
Yeah, that's him. But anyway, you know how they keep saying like that the sheath was next to her body? I think that freak put that there as like, in other words, that's my trophy. You know, like, look what I did.
So, like, you think he's just stuck this sheath here saying, yeah, it don't got no DNA on it.
Right.
Just let him find it and it'll be great. I don't know about that one.
Yeah.
I mean, I respect your opinion, but damn, the set of sheath there that you probably physically put your hands on multiple times and leave it behind?
Yeah, but didn't they say there was nothing on the sheath?
What? Skin cells? DNA?
Well, they said on the little thing that fell off, right? Didn't they say like the round button part fell off?
No, it was on the snap.
It was on the snap.
Yeah, which skin cells were on there? I don't think he left that there on purpose. I really feel like it was kicked off of him during a struggle.
I don't know. I was just thinking about that because he seems like he's such a sick, demented bastard that he would do something like that.
I mean, you could be absolutely right, and I could be wrong, but you got to be a fucking idiot to leave that shit there.
Well, we know he is. That's for sure.
Yeah,
you
definitely.
And then the thing too, I was thinking about like that girl Dylan. You know, look, I feel bad for her. You know, she was in there and everything, but there's only one thing that bothers me, and my sister is like, she's hung up on this as well. You know, she gave such a good description. You know, like, oh, well, he was tall, he was this, he was athletic. Like, if you were in such shock, how did you, like, remember all this?
The shopping's good in Idaho.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
That's what he said, allegedly.
I don't know. It's just a lot of things don't make sense, and I hope that, you know, tomorrow we get a better picture. But I don't know. Something's just not right.
We ain't getting no better picture tomorrow. I guarantee.
You don't think so?
Fuck no. I absolutely do not think we got a year plus on our hands before shit really surfaces.
And I think when he went on the attack that night, I think he knew that that girl was leaving, and I think he had to make his move. You know, for some reason, I think he was able, that he had that information that, you know, she was leaving. And I think that's why he went in there and did what he did. You know, I think she was the main target, and I think that's what he was trying to do.
So you think Kaylee was the main target?
Yeah.
I mean,
That's
she
what
was there. She was about to be in Texas. I'm pretty sure she was just showing off her vehicle. But to think about that, I don't know. A lot of people got a lot of stuff to say about DM. I don't know what your thoughts are on that, but a lot of people have been bringing her up a lot. And my take from, you know, what it says in the probable cause affidavit is that she's seen a guy with bushy eyebrows, you know, mask, but it doesn't say what kind of mask it was. And on top of that, if she didn't walk to take a look into the room, she would have no clue what happened. So even with what she's seen, what did she know, you know?
Right. And like I said before to you, I don't know if you misunderstood me. I mean, she had such perfect details.
Mm-hmm.
You remember all this, but you were in shock, and that's my whole thing. And like me and my sister are stuck on that, you know. And I don't know. I mean, did she see him with the knife, or she didn't see the knife? That's another thing.
Yeah, it doesn't mention her seeing the knife. I know that.
Right. So, like, is that going to come out later? I mean, if you see someone in the house dressed in black, I just don't understand it. Like, why wouldn't you? I mean, even if you had your phone near you and you were afraid to say one word and dial 911, why didn't you just dial 911 and just put the phone next to you? You know they're going to come. You know, I don't know. I don't know.
The chances of him pleading guilty are next to none, in my opinion.
I don't know.
That's just my thought.
Bastard.
I don't
I'm
think
telling
he will.
you, T-REV, that was him who called you. When he gave that answer in that courtroom, that was his voice.
People say that.
100%.
When News Nation reached out and they were talking about she 100% said it's him. It's like, yeah, I mean, what? I've never got no response from nobody.
Right.
So,
and that's your answer right there. But when he answered that first question and he said yes, come on, that was the same voice when he answered you. Without a doubt. That's him.
but I'm putting up a poll. Yeah, no, I want it confirmed by FBI, but I mean, you know.
Well, they're taking all this in now. That's what they're doing, and they're building their case. But I'm telling you, that was him. I don't know why. Just like I look at his face, and then I listen to your video, and I'm like, that's him. You can just tell. I mean, it's him. It's that sick little freak.
I want to see how many people really think he will plea out. Somebody in chat said he'll take a plea deal. I just don't think he will.
I don't know. Unless he wants the notoriety. You know what I mean? He wants to be in the limelight. You know, and I think with the girls, I think maybe, you know, like people are saying, you know, he might have approached them or he has been in their company, you know, and he didn't like their reaction. So he had it out for them.
Let me see.
Probably because he wanted to be like them. That's his problem.
Right. No doubt. Well, I appreciate you calling in. I'm gonna get some more people in. Thank you for calling in. It's been a minute since I heard from you.
I know. I've been trying, but you know.
I ain't heard from you since that white truck.
Oh my God! I'm sorry. I drove you crazy with that white truck.
It's all right. It happens. We went over a lot of things. That never bothered me. Thank you for calling.
Right,
Finally getting through again. God bless you.
Yeah.
Lock your doors and stay locked and loaded.
You too. Thank you, T. Talk to you soon.
Talk to you soon. You want to call in 219-885-9693? Make sure you call in. Thank you, Vicky. He may have left Sheath as a message. He's vegan, but Sheath is leather. Never know. I don't think he left that there. I mean, but hey, I mean, he does have a DMI. He does have a DMI.
Call from
Brian.
Brian, what's going on? The floor is yours.
Yo, what's up, bro? You can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you fine. You good, brother?
I don't know. It's like
yeah?
Yeah. Can you call me back? I hang up? Can you call me back? So I can't really hear you.
Bro, I won't be able to even see your number.
Right,
that disappeared.
It's weird. I don't know why. It sounds like rain in the background.
Yeah.
But as long as you can hear me, it's fine.
Kinda. Sounds like maybe you're driving or something.
Hold on. You sound better now?
Yeah, you're good.
All right. Yeah, I just wanted to say, I'm not convinced that phone call was him, to be honest.
Yeah.
But that's not really why I'm calling, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
He got his voice that clearly, and him saying one word to confirm that's him or not.
Yeah, no doubt. Need more.
Now, I watched a really interesting video last night. You ever hear the guy Fettit, the ex-federal agent? YouTube, he's on that show Fresh and Fit.
Nah.
Yeah. So he's an ex-federal agent, and so he had like a 2-hour. It's a very long sit down with a lawyer. But some stuff in there that he says, I learned that's really interesting. Like he used to work. His background was working with like cell towers and phone lines and shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
So he had a lot of interesting notes. Number one was, I guess Brian's phone was T-Mobile.
Right.
And he said T-Mobile, in his experience, is the most accurate tracker of a person, like as you can get of any phone line.
Mm-hmm.
So he said T-Mobile helps like your exact location more than like Verizon, AT&T, and all those other things. Number two, I reread the affidavit. There's like, I missed this the first time. I missed the part that he was out that house 12 times before he actually did what he did, or
mm-hmm.
in the location. So he definitely was thinking about this for a while. I'm sure he went there plenty of times thinking that was gonna be the night, and he just got cold feet or whatever it was.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing is, I don't know if you went over this, but I think you did. They put I forgot what the word is, like a tracker, a placement on his phone, so they can go back from all the way to the beginning of like 2022 to now to see everyone he called, every text he made, anyone that. So they know everything about this dude that's possible. And I also the guy today, Junior, you and John went over this and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Just from the different sides. So if you were his lawyer or his lawyer, whoever it's going to be, I think the best. I don't think it's going to work, but the best defense he can make is, look, why were you at the house? Why were you there late at night 12 times? Hey, I was seeing one of the girls, blah, blah, blah. I used to go there at night and hang out with one of the girls. Well, I left my sheath there. Now, is it going to work? Probably not, because I'm sure they could track his phone and see that he never communicated with one of the girls in that type of way.
Right.
But what do you think? I mean, what do you think? You think that would be his best case of defense? Like, oh, I was there 12 times late at night. I used to see one of the girls. Yeah, what do you think his best case of defense is?
I don't really think he's gonna have a best case of defense besides.
I'm not really. I think he's done no matter what. But I'm just saying
they're gonna come with a defense. I mean, we know that, but in general, I mean,
like I'm saying, if you were his lawyer, you don't really have one in mind that you would.
His defense is gonna be Idaho shopping was great. I mean, what were you shopping for?
There's no shopping. Like there's no shopping in that area, so I don't really understand what the hell that means. Like his phone was located like next to the King Road. There's no shopping over there, really.
Mm-hmm.
That I've seen, at least. Yeah, I think he's done. I think this guy is, like everyone said, not as smart as that. What the hell are you driving your car to the area? Like, bro.
I know they're saying AT&T phone.
Oh, okay. Oh, he had AT&T?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so maybe it was AT&T. That was maybe I got it confused. But yeah, I don't know. You should check it out if you got some free time. It's called Fedit, Feddit. He has some really interesting points of view that I never heard coming from a federal agent that way.
Yeah, no doubt. Definitely peep it out.
Yeah, and that's really it. I want to see that full. Is that all the full Cuomo that's coming out, or
what is
there a longer clip? What your clip from last night? Is there going to be a longer version, or?
Nah, that clip's the clip. It's like 3 minutes. Yeah, it's like 3 minutes, bro.
You didn't record though as you were the whole one on your end.
You said what?
You didn't record from your camera when you were on?
I mean, I recorded 25 minutes of me sitting backstage and the producers, etc.
Oh, so you're only on the air for the few minutes. Okay, I understand.
Yeah, I was on air for probably 3 minutes tops.
Your man Cuomo was kind of hating on that hat till you made that little comment. You heard him?
Yeah, YOLO. You only live once.
It is.
It is
Yeah,
what
that's all I
it
want
is.
to say. That's really it. I'll be watching the next case, whatever that is. I mean, it's gonna be hard. It's crazy.
Ain't no doubt, brother. I appreciate you calling in. Thank you for having a voice in the community, man. God bless you. Stay safe out there, man. Appreciate you. Shout out to him. If you want to call in, 219-885-9693.
Today, Junior.
That shit sounds butchered. Doesn't it? It sounds butchered.
Today.
Yeah, that's the best one. I need that one. Hold on. That's the one we need right there. Let me convert that one. All right, here we go.
Call from
Cole.
Cole, what's going on? You live, man. 5 minutes. The floor is yours. What's on your mind, man?
What's up, man? I was actually calling in regards to the affidavit, because I tried to call the day that came out, or but I never got through.
Yeah.
But yeah, so just like everyone else saying, they released a lot more than what everyone thought they would. But as far as the girls, possibly being a suspect or involved, whatever, I personally think, like everyone's saying, that it's a college, it's a party house. A lot of people coming in and out that they may not know, stuff like that. And I personally think that she might have thought the best of the situation, and maybe it was just someone, she didn't recognize. Maybe they were just leaving the house,
Mm-hmm.
And another thing is, this guy's not smart, right? Like he's intellectual, but he's not. I don't think he's very street smart. I don't think he's got very much common sense as far as like the sheath. I do think he might have went back to the house for the sheath, but also I think he kind of went back to kind of just like brag in his own way, like I'm gonna get away with this type thing. But with the defense, the whole defense thing right now, I'm not even sure if they have enough to convict him. But they haven't released every single detail. So everyone tripping about, he's not gonna get convicted because there's not enough evidence. There's only circumstantial evidence, blah blah blah. But they haven't released everything either.
Mm-hmm.
But with the sheath, it's a lot of gray area with a lot of the evidence that they have right now, because they don't have him being at the house, at the time of the murder, just on the way there and on the way from. But they also have him around the area 12 times prior to that. And they said that it was up to the last, 3 months before the murder. So that tells me he was probably going there, 12 times in 3 months. It's 12 weeks is what I'm getting at.
Right.
So once a week, and a defense for that, I believe, could be, the frat house is right down the road. So he could say that, I was going to a party once a week or whatever. It was late at night, stuff like that. So I don't know how long they have his phone pinged at the area, but if it's only 10, 15 minutes, it won't be a good defense. But if he was there for some hours, I think his defense probably is he was just going to a party in the area,
Yeah,
But
he went to a party in the area and the sheath fell out and a UFO carried it right to the room.
Well,
you know what I mean?
I don't know about how he's going to explain the whole sheath thing. That's going to be a whole different story. But
Are you crazy? Are you out of your mind?
Crazy things do happen. You have to convince, 12 people in the jury that he has to that he's completely 100% the murderer. It's a lot of gray area in the situation without the murder weapon is what I'm scared of the most part. So, but I'll get off here. I just wanted to hear my thoughts.
Well, I appreciate you, my man. Thank you for calling in. God bless you. Appreciate you having a voice in the community, my brother. I hopefully hear from you again.
All right, man. Thank you.
Man, stay up, brother. Shout out to him. 219-885-9693. Let me turn this timer off too before it goes off on my cold burger. Hamburger. Sounds good. T-REV, his face needs to be covered. Nothing burger. This dude was invited to these parties.
Call from
Boss.
Boss, what's going on? You're live. You're in you're direct. What's going on, my man?
What up, T-REV?
What's up, brother?
Nothing much, man. Excellent show last night, man. I'm proud of you. Salute to you.
Appreciate you, boss.
Already. You know, I was sitting here thinking, man, I was looking at the timeline, and it almost looks like he had spent more time at that house when he went back at 9 o'clock in the morning in comparison to the amount of time that he had actually physically went inside and you know, and did what he did and came up out of there.
Mm-hmm.
And it just almost makes me wonder, since we haven't heard much about Bethany, you know, the only information we know of that there was no sexual assault was from the coroner when she had said that none of the dead victims had been sexually assaulted, right? But her job isn't to speak on the living. And it almost makes me wonder, with Bethany not being mentioned much about anything, we don't really know much about Bethany and Dylan, except what they released from the affidavit, which isn't, you know, that's only what they want to show us. You know, that's just the tip of the iceberg. There's no telling what they're not telling us and what they might be withholding as evidence to help in their prosecution.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because they might have already foreshadowed what the defense is going to do, because I honestly believe that they have way more DNA than just from a button on a knife.
On the sheath, yeah, no doubt.
You know what I'm saying? Like, that's really not much DNA to really work with when it comes to, you know, throwing it to the wall, making it stick. You know, they have to have some more other type of DNA, I'm assuming. Okay, so that's one thing, you know, so people can ponder on that. I'm still thinking that this dude had some type of neurotic, psychotropic, psychotic fantasy. Like, it almost sounds like he has been clinical since probably about 6 or 7 years old, especially with his mom being involved in the school system and stuff like that. I'm familiar with those type of environments, and it almost seems like, you know, dude probably been on all type of like ADD medicine and, you know, all kind of just weird stuff, you know, like almost like, what is it called? Munchausen syndrome. You know, like where, you know, and then what I know about like psychotropic drugs, like if you don't catch that train, you know, usually like they prescribe a lot of that stuff to people that have issues with like insomnia and stuff like that. And if you don't go to sleep when that pill is requesting for you to go to sleep, you can enter into some type of wandering late night, you know, you can find yourself in places where you don't even know how you got there because you didn't get on that train when that pill was telling you to get on that train. Mm-hmm. And I think with the holidays coming up, the dude was 28 years old, never been away from his family. And with the mixture of that medication, you know what I'm saying? I think dude straight up, you know, just snapped, saw an environment that reminded him of home to a degree, like a split level house.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but people got to think about the audacity and the layers that it took for him to accomplish what he accomplished. You know, like, one, you leave your house with this knife knowing that you're going to do some dirt for the night. 2, you pull up to a house and there's 5 cars parked outside. 3, you decide to cross that threshold and breaking and entering into that house. You know, 4, you don't know if there's 5 people or 25 people in that house. You know, there's 5 cars out there that like, that's even a Braves move, even if there's like 3 of you. You know what I mean? Like, say if there's 3 of you and you're coming there to do a home invasion or something weird like that, and you see all those cars parked out in front, you're usually coming in with chopsticks. You're not coming in with some knife that you bought from some, you know, convention center when they were having a knife sale, buy 3 knives for $29.95.
Right.
You know, but I think the dude straight up snapped when he saw that environment. That's why he killed 4 people. I think in his little weird mind, whatever the meds had him going through, Ethan kind of reminded him of his dad. Xana probably reminded him of his mom. The 2 girls upstairs reminded him of his sisters, and he was not home. You know, a lot of those students, they live on the outskirts of Moscow, Coeur d'Alene, Boise, you know, Meridian, you know, Spokane. Home for Thanksgiving. They can go back home for Christmas. But this dude, he's, you know, way across the state and 28 years old, which is kind of late for the first time being away from home. I think dude had a neurotic, psychotropic, psychotic snapature. That's what we'll call it for the day.
Well, it's possible. I appreciate you, boss, man. What's your outro like?
Man, you know, I reached in my pocket and you know, they was touching, and I realized it still only costed $3.99 to go ahead and hit that like button, you know, for the homie T-REV, because he's out here doing it for us, you know, rain, sleet, hail, and snow, just like the Postal Service. So you guys can go ahead and hit that like button. That's what I would like.
Let's get it.
Today, Junior. All right, bro. Y'all have a blessed day.
God bless you, brother. Appreciate you, man. Stay up. Stay safe. I'll holler at you soon, boss.
All right, you too, bro.
$3.99, hit it. Shout out to you, man. 219-885-9693.
Are you crazy? Are you out of your mind?
Let's hear it. This isn't going to trial anytime soon. Anyone that knows about this case will go in biased for a guilty verdict. Know about this case.
Call from
Vicky.
Vicky, what's going on, Vicky?
Same o, same o. How are you?
I'm hanging in there. What's going on?
Good, good. Can we say how stupid this fuckwad is?
Yeah,
I mean, he's out there. I mean, I don't know what to think about him, but they're going to get a guilty verdict. He may do a plea deal, but that's okay as long as he goes to prison, because he's not going to die for 30 years.
Yeah.
They keep him on death row with those appeals and everything, unless he'll be like Timothy McVeigh and say, I don't want my appeals, and he dies quicker. But also, Bethany, I think she, you know, the mind, her brain, there's a fine line there of sanity and insanity.
Mm-hmm.
And I think she just disassociated herself from whatever she thought was going on. She said, I ain't dealing with it. And she just kind of blanked out. I would. But, and I hope that these families, I know they want to be in court every day, but when they go to show the crime scene photos, that they don't see them, because that'll be the last thought of their loved ones, their children. And I don't know if Steve could sit there without choking this dude out. I know my husband said if he had to see his daughter like that, he'd shoot him. He said, I'd go to prison.
So he'd bring a gun in the courtroom, blow him down.
Oh, yeah. Well, he couldn't get it in there, but that, you know what I mean. He'd hurt him. He said, you know, anybody that does that to anybody, let alone children that are just starting out in life, they shouldn't even have a trial. And, you know, I argued that they got to prove he did it. I'm sure they can. Because, you know, if we got that much in that affidavit, probable cause, they'll tell them what they've got hidden.
Yeah, man, no doubt.
I mean, we got a lot out of that. And, you know, respectfully, that I think there is so much more. So more, and we're just going to be like, what? You know, there's going to be things we didn't even think about that they've got. I think he's down the tube, and good for that. Sorry for his parents, but, you know.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't feel sorry for him at all. Fuck him.
No, not him.
I know. In general, though, like it is what it is.
Somebody had to notice something. I would think I would know if my two kids were off kilter a little bit. You know, I just know my kids that well, or my grandkids.
This dude was definitely off kilter.
Oh, he is way past off kilter. He was, you know, he's out there. And I would like to know, you know, his friend Chris said he had a girlfriend in high school.
Mm-hmm.
What color hair did she have? Because one of the girls he went out with on Tinder, if you've seen some videos on that.
Yeah, I was backstage with her yesterday.
Yeah, she's a redhead now, but back then she was blonde.
I was backstage with her yesterday or last night on Chris.
Wow.
Chris Cuomo.
Yeah, I seen you. You looked good, dude. You did a great job. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
But, you know, I sit and watch your show all day.
Mm-hmm.
And my husband teases me. He said, "Am I going to have any clean underwear?" I said, "Yeah, I'll watch you first." So, well, I will let you go. Those are my thoughts. I've been trying to get through to you for a week, but that's okay. You're a busy man, and I understand.
Well, thank you, Vicky. I appreciate you calling in. God bless you, and definitely get some clean underwear.
Yes, he's got to have some. Jesus.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
All right. You have a great day, Rev.
You too, Vicky. Shout out to her. You got to get some clean underwear.
Oh, my God. Today, Junior?
Make sure you call in 219-885-9693. Clean underwear, please. It's a must. T-REV, you look so tired. Are you okay? I'm fine. Do I really look tired? I think I woke up at what? 3:30 this morning? I went to bed early as shit.
Call from. To accept, press 1.
Mm-hmm. All right. 219-885-9693. I don't know what that was about, but yeah. They said he wasn't on meds at the first appearance. Great interview last night. Thank you. What will happen in court tomorrow? No telling.
Call from.
Sherry.
Sherry, what's going on?
Hey, T-REV, how are you?
I'm good.
Hey,
I hear an echo go through your mic.
Oh, hang on 1 second.
Mm-hmm. I can hear myself coming out of there.
Oh, my
Is it better now?
No.
It isn't. It's weird. I don't have you. Is it better now?
That's okay. You're a busy man, and I understand.
No.
Better now?
No.
Can you call me back? Because I think I got disconnected, and maybe it's still connected somehow to the other line.
That's weird. Weird. Hold on. Let me try to give her a call back.
Please leave your message for.
I'll try again. Let's try it again. Hold up. Here we go. Boom, boom, and boom.
Please leave your.
All right. Lines open. 219-885-9693. I tried to call her back. I don't know. That echo was mad crazy, though. I'll tell you that much. Good caller. Hold up. Show us your blaster. Immaculate undies. That shit's funny as hell.
Call from Lori.
Lori, what's going on? You live.
Hey, how are you?
I'm hanging in there. About yourself?
I'm doing good. Hey, I was just listening to Drip Drop, and he made a good point, and I was just wondering if you had possibly heard. But he was saying with the pictures that they show of that Jack in the Box with Xana's name on it, what if Brian was the one that did the order, not the delivery driver, but the one that placed the call? Because it's kind of just curious to know, if Xana was really that hungry, why would her food be left in the kitchen with her full soda still sitting in the kitchen? Why wouldn't she have taken it in her room, unless that was the opportune time that Brian had already been, let's say, surveilling the house. He knew somebody was awake to be able to gain access. He maybe could have seen the movement. And then after that driver left is when maybe it happened. I just thought that was kind of a curious way to look at things, because I was like, man, I didn't think of that perspective either. So I didn't know if you had seen or heard that either.
We watched it first thing when I popped on. We watched the new video that he dropped.
Yeah.
Yeah, I watched it first thing. I mean, I don't know if he ordered that or not, and we won't know until the trial, pretty much.
Right. Yeah, I apologize. I wasn't able to get on right when you got on, so I'm sorry. I didn't know you guys already had watched it.
Oh yeah, no, you're fine. No, I watched it. That's the first video we watched. As soon as I started, I think I started exactly when that video came out.
Gotcha. And then the other thing, so I was the caller.
Interesting.
It is very interesting. But I was the caller yesterday that was talking about the house and what you think if they would tear it down, things like that. But I had another thought, because how it's been said, he could have been casing the home, whatever. Either way, I think he's guilty, but it's kind of you can get on all those Zillow apps and everything like that and kind of get the layout of the home. And I'm not sure when that house had the remodeling done to it. I can't remember how long ago they said that was, but there would have had to have been permits, things like that. And that, I believe, is all public record to be able to review and look at if he was really targeting the house for the address of it versus maybe the potential people in it. So
symbolism, or not symbolism, but numerology, numbers.
Right. Yeah, maybe he wasn't so much necessarily I don't know, targeting the individuals, but maybe the house, and then he had started. I mean, I don't know. I feel like that's far-fetched anyways. I feel like there's just something, and like you said, we won't know the full extent of everything until the trial, but I don't know. I hope that they they televise the trial just like they did with the O.J. Simpson trial and everything like that, especially with it being so popular everywhere. I'm just hoping they'll televise it.
Regardless of the fact, there's going to be people all over that trial.
True.
It's going to be people that will have a breakdown play by play.
Yeah. But anyway,
I do think it'll be televised. I do think it will be. It's it's worldwide.
Yeah. If it is televised, is that something you think that you'll hone into if you move on to another case? Or
I'm thinking about going there.
Oh, that would be sweet. I mean, sad, obviously, to be going for that reasoning, but sweet to where you can get, in action coverage. That'd be cool.
Yeah, that's what I'm aiming for. Hopefully, when the trial ends up, going down, I look at to fly out there, etc., and tune in for them days.
What an experience! I mean, again, for a sad cause, but that would be a
same for Delphi.
Yeah. Anyways, well, I won't keep you. That's all I had today. I'll keep listening, and I appreciate everything that you do.
Well, thank you, ma'am. I appreciate you calling in. God bless you, and hopefully I hear from you again.
God bless. Yes, for sure. Thank you.
Thank
Bye.
you. Shout out to her. If you want to call in, 219-885-9693. Make sure you call in.
Today, Junior.
Make sure you call in today, not tomorrow, not yesterday. Call in today. Let's hear it. T-REV, I love Cuomo. Has to say T-REV. That's funny. Baby girl, they were a messy house. Dishes all over the table. Who's this?
Call from Sherry.
Sherry. Oh, you're echoing.
Still echoing? I
Bad,
can't believe
very
it. I have no. I do. Let me.
It's
me
like
do
your
this.
mic going into your mic.
Which is really weird. I don't understand that. How now? Good.
Yeah.
Is it good?
Yeah.
Is it good now?
Yes. A1.
Okay, I don't have my speaker on then. What I was going to say about all this is, we have so much conjecture about what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
And, oh, by the way, great job last night. I wanted to tell you, and don't change whatever people are saying. Don't change. It wouldn't be you.
Sometimes we got to chime in on the haters a little bit and give them a little bit of.
Get the fuck out of here!
Yeah. Yeah, get out of here because, why would you ever change? We all were attracted to what you were presenting. So That's all I have to say about that. But, I think we have to look at this thing as a puzzle.
Mm-hmm.
And we've got a lot of pieces. This is like the 2 million piece puzzle. And we've got big chunks, like with Dylan. And, and I really feel for her. And we don't know what actually happened. We got a big chunk of information of our puzzle that's gone. We can't find those pieces right now because they're not giving us those pieces. So There's a chunk there. And there's chunks everywhere else too. Like how did he know these people to start stalking them? Because you have to see them somewhere to stalk them. And I agree with your other caller, boss, that, who's going to go into a house that's got 5 cars outside? I mean, if you don't know. So he had to be watching them. So he knew them from somewhere. Let's put it that way. But I think there's big chunks. We don't know that they don't have the knife.
Right.
That's another thing. We don't know that they don't. And that to me is a big thing too. We don't, because they know. I think they have an ace in the hole, and we'll see it all play out. And before that, we can't say what this happened, what that happened, because we've got pieces of our puzzle, big pieces that are missing that we won't know until the trial. So. But if he would plead out, there will be no trial, right?
Right.
So, if there is, we'll get some answers. If there isn't, I don't know if we'll ever have answers to it, which is sad because it's sad for, the families involved and everybody else. But yeah, I'm just, right now it's just, we're getting little snippets of stuff. And so hopefully the trial will be set quickly. We'll see what happens. I believe he goes tomorrow, correct?
Yeah.
For his next hearing?
Tomorrow.
Yeah. So we'll see how quickly they're going to do that. But, the defense will probably extend this till they get a lot of information because they've got a lot of work to do. I mean, the prosecution is way ahead of them. So they have a lot of work to do. But I do hope it's a swift trial and swift justice. And I mean, if he ends up getting life in prison, he gets, which may not be the perfect idea, but at least he'll be off the streets. And I would hate to see somebody like this walk. I mean, he's dangerous. I mean, I know innocent until proven guilty, but I think they've got a slam dunk case against him, just like they, you know, they knew all along and that they had this guy and they just had to get enough evidence, you know, and we're telling us, well, we don't have a suspect. That's what they should have been doing.
Right.
So, and I give them a lot of credit for doing what they needed to do, because sometimes small police departments don't have, you know, the expertise that larger ones do, but they did a great job, either by following what the FBI told them or the state, you know, public safety told them or directed them. They did a wonderful job, but we shall see, as they say. We shall see. And keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you for having a voice in the community. God bless you, man. And I appreciate you calling
and
in.
God bless you, too.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Shout out to her. Call in 219-885-9693. What's a movie you want to talk about? Disturbia. Let me know. The Boy. Drive Angry. Double Vision. Which one? There's multiple. It's multiple. Make sure you check them out.
Call from
Gail from.
Gail, what's going on? You live?
Good morning. You are. Congratulations on your show.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
You were fantastic. Very composed. I love the way you comport yourself. Two things. For one, all this Dylan bashing's really bothering me. I have daughters, and I've also visited a lot of college, and seen the goings and comings in the houses. And I really think we won't know. This is Dylan's story to tell, and she will tell it. I mean, we've all got to wait on this trial. But the second thing I want to tell you that I'll get off of here, I keep envisioning Jose Baez. I just see him putting himself into this. And I really hope this doesn't become a circus, And that's all I got to say about it. I just believe somebody's going to step up and join this defense. That because Brian's no dummy. He's a psychopath, but he's no dummy.
So do you think he'll take a plea deal if they give him one, or you think he's taking it all the way?
I think he'll take it all the way. I don't believe they're going to offer him a plea deal after, these gruesome killings that he's charged with. But I just keep seeing Baez inserting himself. And I wanted to ask you, there was another lady, and I cannot remember this trial. It's been 10, 12 years ago, maybe longer than that. But it also was a Virginia trial where the woman allegedly killed her husband. She was found not guilty, but put him in the suitcase, took him across, what do you call the easy pass things? They had her crossing and all that. Do you remember that trial? The lady that, got away with killing her husband.
Yes.
Do you remember who represented her?
No. Absolutely not, but I do know.
Well, he was very flamboyant, very brilliant, very all of that. And he got her off. So I'm just wondering who's going to step up and join this defense. Because she needs a team,
I'm sure there's people writing them as we speak.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, we'll take this case pro bono.
Oh, yeah. Well, and I believe that's what's going to happen. But, it'll all play out. It hurts me to see this poor girl and Bethany, too. They've got a lifetime sentence now, And I hope they can come out of this as, whole people. I sure do. And thanks for everything you do. You're so upbeat. And I think you really help a lot of people. This has been a hard case.
Yeah, this case for sure. There's a lot of other ones too.
I've had dreams too about it, and nothing bad, but just the people pop in it,
Mm-hmm.
And so anyway, I've got my ears perked, and I listen to you every day. And thank you again.
Well, thank you, ma'am. I appreciate you. God bless you, and thank you for having a voice in the community.
Well, God bless you, and thanks a lot.
No
T-REV,
problem.
Okay.
Thank you,
Bye bye.
God bless her. If you want to call in, 219-885-9693. Make sure you hit the line.
Together, we will make America strong again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again.
Call from
Blake.
What? What's going on, man? You live.
What's up, dude?
What's going on, brother?
Oh, not much. I'm just got to work. I didn't expect.
Bing bong. 219-885-9693. I don't know what happened there. Prosecutors take into consideration the victims' families. They want death. The Jack in the Box bag was open to whoever asked, says Tony B. Plea deal, life in prison. Let the inmates do justice, like they did to Dahmer.
call from
Tiffany.
Tiffany, what's going on? You live.
Oh my goodness, I got in. How are you?
I'm great. How about yourself? So what's your thoughts on the
I'm
case?
good.
What do you think's going to happen? I know we're going to wait for a while for trial, but I mean, what's your thoughts right now?
Well, a lot of things that people are not talking about. There is so much information in the affidavit. So if law enforcement has this much information, there's no telling what more they have. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that was a pretty large affidavit. So, I mean, they're not stupid. They've got a lot of information. I've been back and forth with the timeline, how fast he was in and out, and this is all speculation. But I wonder sometimes if he had a student helping him. If there was a student. Oh my God! I know, but it's kind of like maybe didn't come, but help, plan this out, because it's just he was sloppy for one, and for two, I just don't see how he got in and out so quickly. It just doesn't make sense to me. It just doesn't sit right with me. So, I mean, I don't know what your thoughts is on that, but I just feel like there's somebody else in the background. And I guess it's just my gut. And then the other thing that bothers me is I believe that, she saw him in the hallway, and I think she had her phone on her. Most teenagers, walk around with their phone.
Mm-hmm.
I'm wondering if she didn't drop her phone in shock, went in, locked herself in the room, and then she couldn't get to her phone. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and she was too scared to go out, and everybody's attacking this poor girl. But the bottom line is, if it wasn't for her being alive, she wouldn't have witnessed him. You know what I'm saying? I mean, God kept her alive for a reason. She has a purpose on this earth. And she may be the nail in his coffin. You know what I'm saying? So it hurts my heart, because I have T-REV, I have 5 kids. Okay, from the age of 18 to 28 years old. If one of, and I asked my children, and they told me, they're like, Mom, if that was me, I would have locked myself in the room. I would have hid under the bed, and I wouldn't have moved. So, you don't know. T-REV, you don't know what somebody's going through in that moment. And it's not fair. So I I have a problem with that. Now, I also have another thing. I think that Ethan was out in the hallway. I think he was in the bathroom. And I think he passed, he got killed or unalived. I don't know the proper word to say it.
Killed.
And I think, and I think that Brian went to the door and said, hey, look, I'm here to help you. I'm here to help. And I think she thought somebody came in to help, and I think she opened the door. And I think that's what happened to her. That's just my opinion. So,
well,
because, he's a sick individual. I don't think he acted alone. He is not going to get a plea. He is not going to take a plea, T-REV. He is a narcissist. He likes the attention. He's done his studies, and he's going to run this until the end. Bottom line, unless the family is asked. Now, if the family is asked and said, hey, look, do y'all want to do, a plea? Like, just whatever. Just to keep, for them to move on. They may decide to do that because it's too painful. I don't know. But he's not going to take, he ain't going to do that. This man's too narcissistic. And his family, they're victims too. I mean, his poor dad was so proud of him in that car, saying that his son worked at the university. It's just sad. I mean, there's a lot more victims than people's really looking at.
Right.
Because I have an older daughter, T-REV, and I'm just going to put my business out there. She's a basket case. Just went to jail this past week. She has 2 children. She has 2 children. She hasn't seen her son in a year. As a parent, we're embarrassed because of her behavior, because she wasn't raised that way. So as a parent of a troubled child, well, adult, may I say?
Yes, ma'am.
I wouldn't want to be judged because my daughter wasn't raised that way.
Right.
My daughter was raised the correct way. But you can only raise them and do what you can. And when they hit that door, it's between them and God. They know between right and wrong. And if my daughter went out and acted like this, it would crush us. And I wouldn't want someone judging us because you don't know what happened in that house. I mean, if he went to school and did everything he done, apparently he had good parents.
That's what they say.
It's not the parents' fault. This is not no brown laundry case where, I mean.
Catch me outside. How about that?
You know what I'm saying? This ain't no brown laundry case, man. I mean, the dad wasn't like, let's go run over here to the hills and go bury the knife. You know what I'm saying? I mean, no.
No doubt.
This ain't, no. You really are, and we appreciate you so much, and you keep it real, man. You keep it freaking real.
I appreciate you.
And
thank you for sharing everything that you share with us. I know that's got to be hard. Hopefully your daughter straightens up and we'll get on track, which I'm hopeful for you, and we'll keep you in my prayers. Thank you for having a voice in the community, and like I said, thank you for sharing.
Okay, well, thank you, man. Peace
God
out.
bless you.
All right, you too. Bye-bye.
Shout out to her. Make sure you call in 219-885-9693.
Today, Junior?
Come on, baby. Come on now. That politics shit out of chat. And just to make America great again. I don't care who's saying it. I'm actually going to do my own sound bite that says make YouTube great again. How about that? Turn your light bulb on in your fucking head and clear that darkness out of there.
Call from
Salvatore.
Salvatore, the one and only Papa of the Rev Gang, man. What is going on? I'd like to introduce everybody to Salvatore. Papa Salvatore, what is on your mind this morning?
What's up, my brother, my brother? Hey, let me tell you something. You made me really proud yesterday on that guy's show. You are a star in all of our eyes. And I know I'm speaking for everybody in your family.
Thank you, Papa Salvatore.
Let me get that over. Let me tell you a little something. I come from a place in the Bronx called Little Italy. Okay. Back in the 70s, we took care of our neighborhood. We didn't even need the cops. We lived safe. On summer nights, we slept out on the rooftops of our buildings. We had pigeon coops on a rooftop. We didn't need anything. I went out and I bought a new Mustang, and I parked it on the corner of the neighborhood. And I got up to go to work. And back then, you know, we had amplifiers in our cars to pump up the music.
Mm-hmm.
You know? And I got up and somebody broke into my car. And I was sick. That nobody ever does anything like that on my neighborhood. I felt they stole my amplifier, my equalizer.
Mm.
And I felt so violated. I didn't even want to go to work that day. I was just so angry and felt so violated that somebody broke into my car on our safe neighborhood. And it really messed me up. So, Dylan, I could understand her acting the way she did. I mean, come on. You see this prick in your house. And she had to have felt some kind of violation. Like, who was that guy? Like I said, you know, we would have probably, when we knew he left the house, would have went into the room to say, hey, is everybody okay? What was that? You know? Especially hearing somebody say, there's somebody in the house.
Right.
That had to freak her out. You know, there's somebody in the house. And then when she seen him, she froze. She freaked out. And again, I'm going to stick with my story, and I could be wrong, but I think if he would have seen her, she was a witness, and he would have killed her too. Absolutely. He didn't want to get caught. She was an eyewitness. He would have killed her. I don't think he's seen her. I think he was so zoned out in his little tunnel vision to get out. Or
He definitely would have killed her.
Yeah. Absolutely. She saw him. Come on.
That's
if
a
he would
fact.
have seen her, he would have stuck that thing in her chest too. Absolutely. I can't get away from that, you know?
I agree with you 100% on that.
And that's pretty much it. I mean, I just had to get that out. And again, you did a great job on Cuomo's show there. You were the star. We all believe you are the star. You are our star.
Nah, I
You made us all
appreciate it.
proud. You made us all proud. Very, very good.
Appreciate you, Salvatore. So what's going on, man? What's your thoughts about this prick's court date tomorrow? What do you think we're gonna hear?
I think he's gonna plead innocent. He's gonna plead fucking innocent. I know he is. I just know it. He's gonna plead innocent. If not to extend his time. I mean, he goes to trial in what? Freaking October. And then he's got to go to trial. I don't know. I just feel that he's going to say he was innocent. Yeah, absolutely. And I'm going to tell you something else that's in the back of my head. Everybody talks about, these serial killers taking souvenirs from their victims' houses. I think his was the knife. I really do. I believe the police have his knife. Nobody's saying they don't have it. When they raided his apartment, that fucking knife was in his apartment. Guaranteed. Wow. That because he drove out to that Snake River thing in the country, I thought maybe he got rid of the fucking evidence there. But I don't know. I got my thoughts on that. And I could be wrong about all of this. And we're all going to find out. I'll be the first to say I was wrong. But that's how I feel.
Yeah, this prick. We'll see. We'll see. I wonder if they'll even offer him a plea deal.
Right.
I wonder if that, you know, he won't. I don't think he'll take it. Like I said, like you said, I think he's going the distance.
Yeah. Yeah, he's going to stretch this shit out as long as he can. Because he knows his options are either death or life in prison. So he's going to stretch this out as long as he can. How long does it take to kill somebody? Look at Bundy. He was on death row for what, 10 years?
Right.
I mean, you're on death row for a while, you know. I don't know how it works in his state or whatever, but usually these guys get to live a good while, you know. But anyway.
Well, I appreciate you calling in, Sal. God bless you, man. Yeah, I know you're up there in the mountains in West Virginia still?
I'm in West Virginia. This is a whole different
ball game.
Culture shock.
Yeah, no doubt. Nothing but windy roads and rocks and fucking mountains.
Coming from a place where we lived in the street, you know.
Yes, sir.
And like I said, we took care of our own. We watched our own neighborhood back then. This is back in the 70s now. That neighborhood is not the same today.
Yeah.
But back in the 70s, I grew up on a good neighborhood. We didn't have any
shit.
That's right. You had Benny the Bat, Tony Big Nose, and Fat Vince, we used to call these guys. And they had their little social clubs on our neighborhood. You know, we'd do things for them, and they would tip us pretty good. I mean, we would collect numbers. People would throw their horse numbers down at me, and they would tip us. You know, $10, $5. You know, that was great. You know, that was a lot of money to us back then.
Ain't no doubt.
But it was a good neighborhood. Like I said, we didn't have anything, but we took care of each other. Nobody messed on our neighborhood, which fucked me up when they broke into my car. Somebody broke into my car back then and took my equalizer. And I felt so violated, you know? I could imagine how these people, where they have break-ins and shit, they have to feel so violated, you know? Yeah. Anyway, but I love you callers. I love your show. You know that. I'm behind you 1,000%, pal.
Thank you, Papa Sal.
I'd do anything for you.
Thank you, Papa Sal. I appreciate that, man. God bless you. Thank you for the support. I hear from you every day, and I look forward to hearing from you again.
Thanks, buddy.
Papa Salvatore, checking out. God bless you, brother.
Love you, pal. Bye-bye.
Love you too, Bubba. Shout out to him, man.
Oh my God!
Make sure you call in. Make sure you call in.
Catch me outside. How about that?
219-885-9693. Make sure you get through. Let's see who is calling right now. Okay, here we go.
Call from
Rudershan Firewood.
Rudershan Firewood. You're live. You're on the line. You're direct. You got 5 minutes. The floor is yours.
Hey, T-REV. How are you?
I'm good. How about yourself?
I'm doing great, thank you. I just want to say I love your show, and I love that you give so many people a voice because it comes off different when you hear someone's voice as opposed to reading text. So I really love listening to all the callers and everything they're thinking. But anyway, I don't know if this topic has been covered before. I watch you and everyone else as much as I can, but the thing that bothers me the most is the dog, that the dog was left alone in the room. I don't understand why they think Kaylee put the dog in the room because, I mean, they were out all night and the dog was left alone while they were out. Don't you think they would put the dog in the room with them? So how did the dog get there is my question. Why was the dog there? And if the killer did put the dog in the room to get him out of the way, I wonder if the police looked for or found any of the dog's hairs in Brian's car or on his person, because there's been a lot of crimes that have been solved with a pet hair from the victim found in the killer's car or house.
Mhm.
So I don't know, has anything ever been said about the police searching for dog hairs for evidence to prove that he was there?
I haven't heard anything about that.
Don't you think it's strange the dog, he was a puppy, why was he left in the room alone? And if they were home to go to sleep, wouldn't they have the dog in the room with them?
Mm.
Who leaves a dog alone in a room and goes to sleep, especially after being out all night? So I don't believe any of the girls put the dog in that room. And if the killer did, maybe he had dog hair evidence on him. Has anyone talked about that? The
No,
dog hair?
I mean, we covered that the whole entire case.
You
The
did.
dog, the biggest question was dog all day long, and
Well, I'm a dog person. And I
they
watch a
said
lot
he
of
was
crime
never.
shows.
They said he was never part of the crime scene.
Well, if the killer put him in the room, he had to have somehow touched him in some way.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Anyway, I'm just wondering if
that is a fact. Let's say that is a fact, right? Then you got to take into account that they would need the clothes that he had on, the hair.
Even in his car, that would have come
Are
off.
they going to find it? Where are they going to find it at? You know what I mean?
You're right. I'm just wondering if, when more details come out, that may be one of the things that did, lead the police to him.
And there may well be some dog hair in his car. I don't know. His car is pretty damn dirty.
Yep. All right. Well, that's the only point I wanted to bring up. Thank you for your time, and I'll keep listening.
Well, thank you so much. I appreciate you calling in, and God bless you, man.
God bless you.
Thank you. If you want to call in, make sure you call in 219-885-9693. Everybody's got a voice.
Today, Junior.
Salvatore. Shout out to Salvatore, man. No plea deal. Death penalty deal. Yeah, that's what he needs, right? Caller sound like you from NYC. Thank you. Run your business.
Call from Leslie.
Leslie, what's going on? You live?
Hi, how are you? Good morning.
Good. How about yourself?
Good, thank you. So I just wanted to touch base on two things, what the caller just said.
Mm-hmm.
We're assuming that because Kaylee had moved out, that maybe she didn't necessarily have a bed in her room.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know if there was a bed in her room. And also, she was going to share a bed in Madison's room. We don't know, because the dog's somewhat big, right? He's not very little, that all three of them would fit on the bed. So maybe it was a situation where it was just best to leave the dog in the other room, because one, that wasn't her room.
Mm-hmm.
And two, maybe when they got home, who knows if she just decided to just leave the dog in the other room, just because, again, that's not, Madison's room wasn't her room.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And also doodles, I don't know. I think the dog is a mix of some sort of poodle doodle. I don't know. But those dogs don't tend to shed as much. And I know because I have a mixed poodle myself. My Chihuahua, little fine hairs everywhere. And even they don't shed as much, but I never see a lot of my poodle's hair all over my house. Just for everybody, because they have more like human hair, or that's what I've been told by the vet anyways. Secondly, I want to let you guys all know that a couple of years back, at about like 12:31 in the morning, I heard glass completely shatter in my downstairs of my house. And I thought that somebody was inside of my house. And I have an upstairs room, I have a hallway, I have two teenagers. And as a mother, right, you would think your instinct is to go and run. I completely froze. I thought that somebody was coming up the stairs. It was dark. And my motherly instinct, right, is to always protect your children. But I can tell you guys, I froze. And it's like I just wanted to be still. I wanted to hear the noises. At one point, I was like, did I really hear that? Did I not? And my children heard it as well. And I guess they had gotten up and put their shoes on. And they slightly opened their doors and looked at me. And, my husband decides to go downstairs with the bat. He was down there for a good maybe 5 minutes, went to the backyard. And even though he was already downstairs and I didn't hear any rumble,
mm-hmm.
I
Hopefully she's all right. Make sure you call in, guys.
Today, Junior.
Shout out to her. I don't know what happened, but she dropped call or what? 219-885-9693. Yeah. Hold up.
Catch me outside. How about that?
Call from
Leslie.
Leslie, you're back.
Yes, my phone disconnected. So in any event, I just wanted to let you guys know that there's a good possibility that if there's a good possibility.
Oh my God!
Drop that again. 219-885-9693. Dog barking sounds. Dog barking sounds. Yeah. Mac, how old? Yes, they probably already took dog hair off of Murphy and did analyzation of his car. See if they can find dog hair that matches up. They are on this. They are taking his car apart for blood and DNA. Guaranteed.
Call from
Jessica.
Jessica, what's up? You live.
Yo, what's up, Rev Gang Family, T-REV News? How you doing?
What's good? What's up, Jessica?
Rev, you got a face for TV. Let's go, baby.
Yeah.
I hated the way they only gave you that little 1 minute segment, but we know it's real. We know how it is. And Cuomo is just like that. You know what I mean? But I definitely appreciate you going live, continuously staying on this case, Rev, because it's only going to get more interesting. I'm sure you guys can agree in the chat, because this is the most attention Bryan Kohberger has ever had in his life. So he's not pleading guilty. He's going to see this thing all the way out. He is loving the attention. He's loving the cameras. He's loving that we're talking about him right now. He's loving that he's all over TV. This man has never had this much attention. And I can guarantee y'all right now, it's women out there putting money on this man's books, contacting him already, sending letters, trying to get on the visitors list. It's absolutely ridiculous. What do you think, Rez?
Yeah, they did it with everybody. Anyone who's been a killer so far, most of them already have. So,
I mean, he's not a bad looking guy, but it's disgusting what he did. And that's just not going to be overlooked in my eyes and any other real woman out there. And I feel the same way as the Goncalves family. I'm not going to feel peace until you're no longer on this planet, Bryan Kohberger. And I'm sure a lot of us can relate in the chat. Also, I wanted to touch bases on, because I know everybody keeps speculating about the dog again. You guys, when Kaylee and Madison got home, Kaylee took the dog outside. It's not hard to speculate that maybe when she went back in the house, she put the dog in her old room, hopped in the bed with Maddie. They tried to call Jack D to come over. He didn't answer. They fell asleep. It's not hard to speculate on that. Let's get off of the dog situation until anything else comes out about that. And I respect everybody's opinion on it. Also, Rev, I wanted to get your speculation on, why do you think none of the other parents have spoken out? I want to hear from them. Don't you?
Yeah,
more. I want to hear from them more.
They're taking the private. They're taking the private route. Steve mentioned that on his interview I played yesterday too.
Yeah, because I mean, I'm here in Arizona, so I'm in the same state as Xana Cronoto's father. He's 15 minutes from my house. He lives in Scottsdale, so he's not too far from me. But the news here in Arizona, they've definitely respected his privacy. I mean, so there's not really any interviews here in Arizona, from him as well. But just would like to hear from them, about the arrest and just really how they feel. I appreciate hearing from the friend of Xana, but, just want to hear from the father a little bit more. Maybe the mom, we only heard that one phone call from her. Just, their thoughts on how they feel about this man being arrested and, how it's going to play out. But thank you for taking my call, Rev. Keep up the great job. Hope to see you more on mainstream. Yo, Rev community, y'all are awesome in the chat. I love the mods, Rev. They keep it definitely clean, 100 to the mods.
Well, I appreciate that, Jessica. Thank you for calling in. And Bryan Kohberger looks like a fucking cardboard box.
Well, Rev, Rev, he definitely don't look better than you. 100. Now let's go, baby.
I appreciate you, Jessica. Take it easy. I'm gonna holler at you. God bless.
Bye.
Shout out there. If you want to call in 219-885-9693, make sure you call in. Oh. They're coming back to back now. Okay, here we go. Let me see.
Call from
Eric.
I know this is Angela because every time it says Eric, it's weird. And that was weird.
Hey, Rev.
Yo, Eric. What up?
Yo, it's Eric.
Yeah, I don't know why it says that, but that's some funny
I don't
shit.
either. I think something's up with your line, too.
Something's definitely up with the line. No doubt. Phone's going off the hook right now. Maybe refresh the page. I don't know. Try it again.
Yeah, I think you're breaking Google again.
Yeah, it is. There's a lot of numbers flying through right now.
Yeah, because it keeps kicking me off, and I know my connection's good.
Yeah,
But,
it should work.
Yeah, it should be good now. So anyway, I think everyone needs to get off Dylan's ass, at least for now.
Mm-hmm.
Reason I say that is, didn't we all learn our lesson from the Jacks? Everyone was ready to crucify Jack S, Jack D, right? We're speculating, and we don't know the half of it. We don't know a quarter of it. Does it seem weird? Yeah, it seems hella weird. But people are weird. Humans do weird shit when they're traumatized. My personal thought is there's a party house. There's a lot of crazy shit that goes on, and hearing weird shit, the first thing she thinks of is probably not all my roommates have been murdered. So that's just my personal opinion, but logically, I'm why don't we just wait till more comes out? Because we thought we had a lot of stuff figured out, and this was someone no one even thought of. And I think people just need to chill for right now. That's just my opinion. Or we're gonna find out eventually. We will find out. There's gonna be a trial. We will know more. But I personally learned my lesson from the Jacks and the Sigma Chi guys, and you know what I mean? We thought everyone was so certain on their theory.
Mm-hmm.
And we were all pretty much wrong. I mean, some people said a serial killer, which I thought serial killer too, but technically he's not a serial killer yet. So I don't know. I just think, we don't know enough yet. We only know the tip of the iceberg of what was in the affidavit. We don't know anything else. There could have been more. Maybe she did see more, hear more, tried calling before, but none of that has been released yet. We just don't know. And they put the gag order, so we're not going to know until court. So I don't know. I just feel bad for some of these kids that are getting put on blast. And, when before there was an arrest, some of these kids' lives have been ruined. And I don't see a point in jumping to conclusions and bashing this girl when we don't know the full story.
Yeah, no doubt.
And I swear to God, too, if I got to hear about the dog, I'm not trying to be it's not against other callers, but the dog, I agree with the last caller that called in. They came home, they took the dog out to go to the bathroom. They're two young, drunk college kids. They put the fucking dog in the room with some food and water probably, and then they went to bed. That's it. If there was more with the dog, we probably would have known about whatever it was with the dog.
Ain't no doubt. But the dog was literally just in the room.
Yeah.
In the separate room. They got home, they were, probably, feeling herself drunk, etc. People are, I don't know why people are, people go, I get it talking about the dog, but if you go on to I tell everybody, if you go onto the website, on Facebook in general, and you go through all the old posts, they made a certain post for Murphy that he wasn't even part of the crime scene. Police. He was in that room.
Yep. It came officially from the police, an official source. He wasn't even in the room. And even if the dog barked a little bit,
dog was a puppy too. That dog could have been scared if they heard some shit going on.
Mm-hmm.
Like, not all dogs are guard dogs. Not all dogs bark and are protective. Like, it's just, you know, not all dogs are like that. So for people to be like, well, I know my dogs, if there's a creek in the middle of the night, my dog's going wild. Like, not all dogs are the same. So I know my mom's dog's a little bitch. Like, you know, you break into that house, he's going to like lick you to death or go run and hide. Like, that's just how my mom's dog is. So I don't know. That's just my opinion. Like, I get it. People want more answers because you think that, you know, that dog could have, you know, they're like, well, who would just put the dog in a room and go to sleep? Like 2 20-some-year-old drunk college girls. That's who would, you know? And I'm not trying to like say anything about the victims, but not everyone's the best dog owners. You know what I mean? Like, when you're in your 20s, you're kind of selfish still. Like, that's just, you know, a fact. Nothing wrong with it. So, yeah, that's how I feel about the dog. And that's my opinion on Dylan as well. Cause I know that those are the two like major things people are talking about. Yeah. Those are the 2 hot topics.
This is definitely a hot topic, talking about the dogs or the dog, Dylan. I mean, a couple people brought up Bethany yesterday.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if she got an attorney and just from the jump just did not say anything. Like, we don't know much about them and their family or their, you know, how much money they have to get attorneys and things like that. It's very possible that right from the start, her parents were like, nope, we're getting you an attorney. Don't speak to anybody except law enforcement. But that's my whole point, is like, we can all sit here and speculate, and I get that, but we do need to be careful because at this point, like, we're going to find out the answers eventually. It sucks that we have to wait. It sucks there's a gag order, but like, and I say we as a whole true crime community, really drug some names through the mud. And I personally don't want to contribute to that again, right? Like, I'll speculate and talk about it, but I just want to be really careful because we don't know. We don't know if there's more that Dylan saw. There could be more. The police aren't telling us everything yet, and they shouldn't. So, yeah, I've been off for a few days off of the chat because I've been working a lot. So I just wanted to call in and chime in and say hello to the fam.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you calling in. Andrew,
sure.
as always. Shout out to you, 219.
Shout out to you, and good job last night.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it.
I was just cheesing the whole time. I'm like, there ain't no way. There's no way.
Yeah, that's funny shit.
But I'm watching Rev right now on my TV. That was dope. So I'm very, very proud of you. Good job.
I know Inside Edition wants to get me on now. I guess they just been busy talking to like FBI people. I don't know. I don't know. But at this point, I feel like they're all grasping at straws. Like it's about to would be nothing until trial, period. So
right. So they're gonna want to keep trying to talk about it, keep it in the news cycle, and they should, you know. So, you know, I mean, that's awesome. I hope you get on all these shows, and we'll just build the family even bigger.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, I appreciate you calling in, Angela. I'll talk to you soon.
All right, have a good one.
All right, Eric. Shout out to you, Angela. Shout out to Angela. If you want to call in, 219-885-9693.
Oh my God.
I don't know why that is in there, but it is. So yeah. Hold up. Murphy was no bitch. Respectfully disagree. My computer creates the same static when my cell phone is too close. Yeah, right here. Boom. I wonder if that's the case. Let's check. Hold up.
Call from
Donna.
Donna, you're live. What's going on?
Hey, T-REV. How you doing?
I'm good. How about yourself?
I'm doing well. You did great last night, man.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I enjoyed it. Look, I was thinking about a couple things. I'm glad you guys got to see that animation because I had seen it a couple days ago, and it's pretty good. I was really impressed. But you know, I've been thinking about a couple things, and one of the things is
yesterday. Go ahead, keep going. You're good.
What happened?
No, my alarm was going off.
Oh, this veganism. I've been thinking about this quite a bit.
Yeah.
And I have a feeling, he has OCD supposedly, allegedly, and maybe he has an impulse towards cannibalism.
Mm-hmm.
And that's his way of preventing himself from going over that edge, is by becoming, trying to remain a strict vegan.
Right.
That's why the plate, the pan thing is such a big deal with meat's been in it. I think he may have a fetish towards going that direction.
Mm-hmm.
But by putting himself on a strict regimen, prevents him from going into that impulsive stage, that impulse to do something like that. I don't know, it sounds kind of crazy, but I've thought about it, and I'm like, that just, why would he be so, against that? What would be the reason? And
right.
To me, that kind of makes sense. Another thing, sorry, my phone went off. Another thing, somebody had brought up the shoe print outside Dylan's door. And y'all may have touched on this, but I've kind of missed a little bit of time. But they were saying maybe it was urine. And that really made a lot of sense to me. Because the first time they collected evidence, and they never came upon it. So if it was blood,
mm-hmm.
There would have probably been some kind of visual, unless it was completely, towards the end of walking around the carpet or whatever.
Right.
But it could have, urine makes sense. I mean, maybe he pissed his pants, maybe, he stepped in urine, who knows? But if that is the case, I mean, that's DNA everywhere. You know what I mean? That's going to be like a DNA treasure trove, because, and I hope it's him, really, if he got worked up and urinated on himself, which it could have happened. It could have happened just from the stress. And another thing, everybody's talking about the car.
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking about this too. What if he set up some kind of barrier, like plastic, or wrapped the seat and put plastic down, knowing that he was going to transfer blood to the vehicle? What if he could have done that? That could have been one of the things that he had to get rid of, was, whatever he had in that car. Maybe that's why he went that long distance, because he did have some things he had to do before he got back to his apartment. Because, I mean, he was driving back to Pennsylvania in that car. I think blood would have been obvious on the seat. There would have been something that they would have seen, his father would have seen. So maybe he had the seats wrapped, or
mm-hmm.
his seat wrapped in the floor, so that he could just get out, take it out, or, and dispose of it. It's going to be, these are just things that I just think about, because I don't think he was that sloppy. I think it's inexperience, which sounds terrible, but I just think he's inexperienced. I personally don't think this is the first time he's done something, but I don't think to the magnitude that he did in this house, 4 people. There's no way there wouldn't have been blood all over that car. No way. I just can't see it. So the only thing I can think of is maybe he wrapped it. That's why he took the long route, because he had a lot of stuff to get rid of, and including, that. I heard the gentleman yesterday talk about there's a graveyard on that route. There's other areas, back in the rural areas, they have dumpsters, randomly placed. It's nothing to throw plastic away, ball it up and throw it away, or put it in another bag and put it like trash. But those are my thoughts. I've just been watching.
Well, I appreciate you calling in, Donna. God bless you, and thank you for having a voice in the community. I know I'll hear from you again. I hear from you daily.
Yeah, I love it. Thank you.
Thank you, Donna. Shout out to her. Like I said, call in.
Today, Junior?
Cuomo is far from great. Cuomo sucks. That's why he got fired. Duh. Oh, yeah. You want to see the backstage experience of Cuomo? Well, you can check it out right now. Hold up. Let's see. Let's pull up the backstage experience. Where's it at? I know it's on here somewhere. Hold up. No, not that. Not that. Yeah, this is. Hold up. No, that's 2 minutes. No, that part isn't it. I had the whole. Oh, right here.
Around the Biden. I'm sick. The more you know about him, the more you can judge the case. He reportedly made a comment about the murders while being transferred. We have posts that are supposedly his.
Now that's like the backstage experience, right? So hold up. Let me see. Where's the other part at? Did I not catch the part where the people were? Hold up. There's a part in here. Right here. Here. Like this right here. This is what it looks like, guys. Ready? Now this is like the other experience that you're looking at. Ooh, voice is acting up. That's how it was. I can hear that static coming through there. You can't figure these people out because they are sociopaths. Boom. But yeah, there's your backstage experience right there.
G-ball. You gotta stop doing.
Oops. All right. So if you want to call in 219-885-9693, let's get back to the phone calls. I was just showing you a little something. A little backstage experience. I really can't wait for info on his apartment search. So you want to know about that search warrant in his apartment. There has to be some chilling stuff they found in there. Yes, vegans are malnourished and require supplements to balance, but it doesn't lead to cannibalism. Mac, oh wow. In my opinion, the sheath was a plant. Damn. A lot of people think that sheath was a plant. And let me get that off. Hold up. Let me put this back up. But yeah, no, definitely call in. Let's see if you can get through. 219-885-9693. I see numbers going by right now, but I'm not getting any of the calls, which is weird. We're breaking. I guess we broke Google again. I don't know. I wonder if it's because I signed out of there. Hold up. Let me refresh the page. How about that? Now try. Now try. There you go.
Call from.
Hey, buddy, it's Sal. One more time. I got one.
Sal, one more time. You're on the line. What's up, my man? What's on your mind?
I told you, every time I hang up, I forget to tell you something.
Let's go.
I just want to say real quick that I pretty much agree a lot with what Crime Circus Teardrop says. I really like his opinions and stuff, but he messed me up today. I didn't really care for what he said. He's saying the Doordash, that the guy he called it Doordash for the house. I don't think so, because when you call Doordash, you got to give a credit card number and you got to put your name. I call Doordash a lot, and that's what you got to do. You got to. Yeah. How could he do that?
Right?
How could he do that? So I'm kind of disappointed in Teardrop, but I love him, and I love you even more. So I just wanted to get that out, pal, real quick.
What? No, you're good, Sal. I appreciate you calling in. I appreciate you calling in. You seen that video? I played it at the beginning.
Yep. Yeah,
like you got to put in a credit card. You're absolutely right about that. And I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I don't think that he ordered a DoorDash there for that. I that's a little too much for me. But hey, I mean, I respect his research.
Yeah, he was reaching. Yep. He was reaching. Yeah.
So you said he was.
You said what?
No, it was the Price is Right.
I love that. I love it.
Yeah, man, no doubt, brother. I appreciate you calling back, Salvatore. God bless you. I'll hear from you again. If you think of something, hit me right back.
Thanks, pal.
God bless you, Papa.
Bye-bye.
219-885-9693. I'll kill you with the sound effects. I don't care. I love them. You gotta love them. Might be too loud though. I might need to turn that shit down. Right? Maybe like 65. I got that thing at 100. Okay, there we go. What else we got?
Are you crazy? Are you out of your mind?
I'll turn that down too. I'm keeping to today, Junior, right at the top. I refreshed it. I still see no, or I see these numbers going by, but none of them are getting through. None of them. Weird. So I'll call back. How about that? Google is broke or?
Hello.
Hey, what's going on? You called in?
Yes, I did.
What's going on, brother? How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Hanging in there.
All right. You did a superb job last night.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
Yep. You should probably do an autographed picture and send it out to people too.
Yeah, man, why not?
Why not? Exactly. The reason I'm calling is regarding this sheath.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And everybody's assuming it's probably leather. They do make man-made, vegan sheets. I don't know if anybody's brought that up or not yet.
You said man-made?
Yeah, it's a man-made material.
Mm-hmm.
Just like some leather that you find on sofas or whatever, called Fox, F-A-U-X.
Mm-hmm.
It's not leather at all. And due to the fact that he's supposed to be a vegan, that might point a finger at him more too.
Yeah, you never know.
Exactly. That's all I wanted to say. Just add that to it, to the conversation. Okay.
Good thought. I mean, was it a vegan, sheath?
Exactly. If it was, with his DNA, then I really think he's nailed. Otherwise, if it was leather, he could have just planted that to, say, hey, I'm a vegan, So that's it. I love your show, and I appreciate everything that you do. All right, my friend?
Thank you, boss. I appreciate you calling in. God bless you, and I hope you have a good day, my man.
You too. God bless. Thank you. Bye-bye.
I don't answer from unknown callers. Nope. Yes, he is in court tomorrow. Yes, absolutely. What do you think will happen in court tomorrow? Absolutely nothing. They want to see what hand they have against him. Hell no. He's going to trial, 71%. I asked, do you think Brian Koberger will plead guilty? Hell no. He's going to trial, 71%. He would take a plea deal, 11%. 50-50, 9%. You really never know, 9%. Well, you guys are speaking. I see these calls coming through and still none getting through. 219-885-9693. Try again. I need to turn do not disturb off and on or something. Here, let me fix it. Maybe delete the history. No, web. Okay. Screen calls and come in. Remove call history. It might take 2 days to complete. Refresh the page. All right. I might just watch a video here in a minute. It keeps fucking up on me. Nope, don't do it. I don't answer unknown calls. Nope, not after somebody called last time and was saying the N-word over and over again. Nope, I'll pass on that. I'll sure pass on that. Did he answer the door? Did who answer the door? I have never done DoorDash or Uber Eats or anything like that. Am I the only one? Probably. I just got a DoorDash. You can trace any PMT. I already watched it. I watched it before. I watched it at the beginning of this stream. We watched it. Haha, the price is right. That darn teardrop. See you, Pops. It is really loud. Hold on, let's see if we can make it lower. What about that? Hold on. I turned it down to 30. Maybe it'll be a lot lower now. I'm in a big city. There's no delivery at 4 a.m., not even Uber Eats. I find it odd. What I'm finding odd is no calls are coming through, but yet they're going right down the list. That's what I find is odd. I think we broke it. Hold on, let me see something here. Okay. We can't watch that one. That sucks so bad that we cannot watch that. That pisses me off. I want to watch it so bad, but every time I do, they strike us.
These are the stories that impact your life.
Whoa, you scared the shit out of me. Nope. Yeah, what's going on? You live?
Oh, snap. I got through again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, what's going on? You live? Oh, snap. I got through again and let that play like that and wasted a valuable phone call?
Today, Junior?
No delivery, even in big cities at that time. Definitely think he is gonna go for a trial. I definitely do 100%. Richard Allen has court. I'm pretty sure Richard Allen has court on the 13th. Friday the 13th. Yeah. Judge to hear this week on multiple issues in Delphi murder case involving Richard Allen.
Call from
Pam.
Hey, what's going on? You live?
Hey, T-REV. It's Pam. How you doing today?
I'm great. How about yourself?
I'm pretty good. Hey, I wanted to address the search warrant. Everybody keeps talking about how it's sealed. From my understanding, they keep it sealed because, one, the investigation is ongoing. And once they release that, it will have, like, all the cops involved, which they could be undercover. They might not be undercover. It'll have all the list of everything they, like, found in there. And, like, what if there was, like, a list of contacts? And all those names are going to be released to the public. Hence, imminent danger to the public. But I don't understand the whole, like, would stop the investigation. That's the only question you might want to ask Detective Dawn. I don't know that part.
Detective Wong?
Detective Wong, yeah. But that's how I understood it anyways. So to clear that up, that's why they haven't released it. And that's all I got. I just wanted to clear it up.
Yo,
so thanks for taking my call. I only called like, I don't know, 47 times, said my name like 4 times, and then I finally got through. It was an hour later.
Well, I'm glad you got through.
Yes. So, all right. Well, you have a good day. I'll let somebody else get through. Thank you.
You too. Thank you. It's about time for a new one. Back had to restart my computer, says Root. Sheets visible. Hello. Tomorrow is 1122. 1122. Whatever you tried did, the static stopped. Did it? Did the static stop? 2 hours. Okay, hold up 1 second. Hold up. There's this video I'm looking for that I just seen this morning. I want to watch it. There we go. First thing that's gonna pop up is this bullshit. All right, there we go.
Call from
Colleen.
Hey, what's going on? You're live.
Hi, Trevor. How are you?
I'm great. How about yourself?
I'm good. So I had two thoughts this morning.
Mm-hmm.
My first one, which you're gonna recognize this because you're originally from Newton, correct?
From where?
Newton.
No, I'm from Virginia Beach.
Oh, I thought you were from Newton, New Jersey.
I lived there
Newton?
before.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So then you're familiar with Hackettstown?
Absolutely.
Okay, so Brian's sister went to Centenary for criminal justice, which I found interesting with this debate whether she's at the scene or not.
Mm-hmm.
So I know she got her bachelor's at Centenary in criminal justice, but I don't know what she did after she graduated. So I know one of his sisters works at a school in PA, but the other one went for criminal justice. So maybe she could have went in the legal field or forensic field. We don't know, right? Which would explain why she might be there. If it is her, we don't know.
Now you're talking about the slasher film sister?
Yeah, that sister. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
The one that they're questioning, was she at the scene with the lawyer or was she not?
Mm.
Yeah, so I know that she went to Centenary for criminal justice, but I don't know what she did after Centenary.
Yeah, I'm not sure what she did either.
Yeah, so I thought maybe if she went for criminal justice, that might explain if that indeed is her, what she would be doing at the scene.
What would she do at the scene? Go there and get footage? What? That's what I've heard, but
yeah, because that's what a lot of the YouTubers have been talking about.
Is that just a rumor though, or who's seen her at the scene? Where did this even come from?
Okay, so you saw Drip Drop's video today, right?
Yes.
He shows that where when BK's lawyer goes to the house,
Mm-hmm.
and there's the girl there with the video camera.
Mm-hmm.
It's a big debate now. People are debating whether or not that's his sister with the attorney. But
Could it be? Possibly,
went to Centenary. Yeah, but that's the sister that went to Centenary for criminal justice.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
So I thought that was interesting. I don't know what she did after she left there, but that was one thought. And then my other thought was with the DoorDash delivery guy. So if Brian was stalking this house for months and months and months, right? Maybe he knew that every Saturday night, Xana ordered DoorDash.
Right.
Because Kaylee's sister, Olivia, she was, in her interview, she said that the girls, after they got home, they took the dog out, they went together, they used the buddy system, they did everything right. So that leads me to believe they locked the door when they went back in.
Mm-hmm.
Because she specifically said that they did everything right. So then I was like, what if he did that? He knew from stalking the house that, it's a college town. I know in Hackettstown with Centenary, we can get DoorDash round the clock. And I'm thinking, he knew that, Saturday night, Xana would order DoorDash before she went to bed. And that was his way to get in. Maybe he intercepted the food delivery and then took the delivery up to the door and knocked on it himself, or to gain access to the house. Or when, if the DoorDasher left it there and then Xana came to open the door to get the food, I feel like that's how he gained access with the DoorDasher. And that's what he was waiting for, why he was circling the house, because he knew this was a pattern and he was waiting for that DoorDash delivery. I feel like him calling and ordering it would be too risky. That would have just screamed burner phone, prepaid Visa, whatever. Like, that's too obvious.
Yeah.
Because Ellie did say that Xana ordered it, correct?
From what I read on the affidavit, yes.
Yeah. So I think I'm thinking that might be more likely scenario why he was circling the house, because he knew it was a routine or a habit. They go out partying on Saturdays. They order food before they go to sleep, something like that along those lines. But from stalking, he knew the pattern. So that's my 2 cents. That was just my thought process.
Well, I appreciate you sharing.
Yes, and love your show. Keep up the good work. You're doing great.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you. God bless you, and thank you for having a voice in the community.
Okay, God bless you too, Trevor. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Shout out to her. All right, hold up. Where the hell that video go, man? I'm trying to hunt down this video, and I just can't find it. I just cannot find it, but it's all good. It's all love. 219-885-9693. Make sure you call in. Are you out of your damn mind? Static stopped here. This Friday is the 13th. Yeah, I know. I was looking at that before. Debunked. It wasn't her. I thought it was debunked.
Call from
Elizabeth. I heard that in Discord though. Elizabeth, what's going on? You're live.
Gee, it's been weeks I've been trying.
Well, you got through. And you got hung up on, not by me, but by Google, because their shit's fucking up. Why? I'll never know. But hopefully you get back through. Let's try her again. Hold up. See, it keeps doing that. It's disconnecting.
Hey, T.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I don't know why this shit's acting up this morning, but it ain't playing.
Listen, it's all good.
See, like it's just banging on everybody. I'll never understand why it does that. I won't. Hold up. What else can I really do to, fix that? Unlock. Hold up. Lock to prevent someone else from taking it. Lock supported. No, I'm not doing that. There's no way. Screw that. It's weird. It's just not working right. It keeps hanging up on everybody besides a few people.
from
Amber.
Amber, what's going on? You're live.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. How about yourself?
I'm good. So I wanted to touch on a couple things.
See? It's hanging up on everybody. Again, we're breaking Google once again. Is this Richard Allen's real trial? Nope. Absolutely not. No, it ain't. What the hell? Well, that would explain maybe why that's happening, because we are about to have an internet update. One second. I'm literally about to put this shit on today. Hold up, guys. 1 second. I'm grabbing this here. Oh shit, that looks like a good one. That has a lot of. Hold up, was Brian caught on what? 1 minute, 52 seconds. 4 minutes to 20 minutes. Over 20 minutes. How about that? Oh, a new one. I like that. What's up, Vinny? Holler at me, Vinny. I want to see. Hold up. We got Vinny in the building.
Do great things. Now, one thing I think we also have to keep in mind here is this will likely be a trial. I don't see this criminal defendant pleading guilty. I don't see him getting a deal offered by prosecutors. And oftentimes at a trial, what we see defendants and their counsel do is kind of go after the victims and try to dirty up the victims or make them look like they're doing something wrong. I want to make one thing really clear right here is that these 4 victims did nothing wrong. They just didn't. I mean, they weren't even engaging in any type of behavior that would raise their level of risk that we see in some cases that we cover here on Court TV.
Mm-hmm.
They're doing what college students from coast to coast do. And
I want to see this.
There is no finger to point back at them. They did nothing wrong. They didn't encourage this. They didn't take part in any sort of conduct or behavior that
it might be on this end, to be honest with you. I don't know. It's acting mad weird today, like, period. I can't even, I mean, we had some phone calls, but now it's just acting weird.
Would make them the likely victims or a more likely victim of a violent crime. It just didn't happen. There is no evidence of it.
Boo boo.
Which leads us
up, boo,
to the next part of all this, because we know investigators have said from the beginning this is a targeted attack. So why these students? Why? And I don't know. And I've said this already on the show, that prosecutors don't need to prove it, but there is still a question out there. Because in a case like this, people want to understand what happened, why it happened, what is going on in the mind of an alleged killer. You know, why these 4, why this house, all of that. And it's hard to say because you're going into a very dangerous place, which is the mind of this accused psychopathic killer. So I don't know if we get the answer to it, but we might be able to kind of figure out what was going on. Well, you know, because there were 12 times before the night of the murder, at least 12 times that he was there, staking him out, observing what's going on in the house. That's what prosecutors are going to allege and what they're going to argue and what they're going to try to prove at trial is that he was there again and again and again, late at night, early morning hours, observing what's going on in this area and what's going on inside that house. And that's significant. But it still doesn't necessarily answer the question, why this house, why these students? But it does explain part of his behavior. Now, also at the house before the night of these murders were police. It's a college town. There are parties, there are incidents, there's, you know, drinking going on, there's music being played. Neighbors who might say, hey, things are getting a little rowdy, and might make a call to police, and police may come by to deal with that. It's just, as I said, very normal, very ordinary in college towns. It's just the way it is. Just the way. I have one son in college now, another who graduated a couple of years ago. We know what happens in colleges. We just know. So there is body cam footage, and this is interesting because really for the first time we get to see Kaylee Gonsalves and hear her speak and get a flavor for what type of person she is, because police respond and go to her house. I'm going to show you that video. This is from August. All right. This is like about a week before classes start, and police go to the house. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, bobbleheads to you.
Go stairs to the back deck. Interesting.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. Is this your place?
Yeah.
Perfect. You know why we're here?
Ben Seaman.
noise.
Noise, yeah.
Yeah.
Big speaker right there.
Yeah.
Nothing against having a party. Once neighbors start calling in, then we have an issue.
Fair.
You go to school?
Yeah.
Okay. What year?
Senior.
Senior. Okay. So I'll tell you the same thing I told them. You probably know the drill, right?
Actually, no.
Oh, okay. So usually, at least for me, I'll give you a verbal warning.
Okay.
Once I have neighbors calling in, your music's too loud. You're disturbing the peace.
Yeah.
Nothing against having parties. Nothing against having people over who are overage to drink.
Mhm.
But again, once we start disturbing the neighbors, then we've got an issue.
Yeah.
Noise ticket is up to 300.
Yeah, somewhere around 300.
Okay, it's a pretty expensive ticket. I don't want to give that to you. That being said, this is your place, so I'm going to hold you responsible. Because it is your place, you're also responsible for everybody here.
Yeah.
So I'm going to grab your info.
Yeah.
And if I do have to come back here, a $300 ticket's coming your way.
Okay.
And it only gets more expensive from there. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
fair. Absolutely.
Sounds good. I'd much rather you spend that $300 on beer or something fun than
Yeah.
a noise
yeah.
ticket, right?
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah. That being said, warnings. Don't do it again.
Yep.
I'd hate to come back in a few hours and
Right.
then have to issue that. So,
Yeah.
any questions for me?
No.
All right. Have a great rest of your day.
Thank you. You too.
Shadow ban.
Interesting, right? And you get to see the way Kaylee was, and she's very mature. I mean, college kid, but like very responsible. Almost looks like she's dressed for a job interview. Very fascinating to see. And the descriptions we've heard kind of fit what we saw in that moment where police are knocking at your door. A lot of composure. All right, let's bring in Court TV legal correspondent Chanley Painter joining us live tonight outside of that house in Moscow, Idaho. Chanley, great to see you tonight. So there's more to that video. There's a couple different perspectives. What did we learn?
Yeah, this is a very revealing video to give viewers a perspective of this King Road neighborhood, as it's referred to in that probable cause affidavit. And there's several things that are sticking out to me. First, just seeing Kaylee, how chilling that is, months before her brutal murder in the home behind me. But another thing that sticks out, and we've shown you this on your show before, Vinny, is that there's no fence around this property. You can see how easily the authorities, the police, were able to walk from the road all the way back to the front of the house, to the back of the house, and access the back glass sliding door freely and knock on that door. In fact, all the way around the property, except for the private property that has its own private fence there, you can access this home. And we've shown you the perspective from the parking lot where the apartment building is above the backyard of this home that is accessible. That's where authorities spend a lot of time searching when this has been roped off. But here's more of that perspective from the body cam video. Also, what stands out in this body cam video is it starts actually about 50 yards down the road to my left, where I'm standing currently at, again, off-campus student homes. We're really close to Frat Road. This is an area, a neighborhood that is known for the parties, not just at the house behind me, but on the street. So originally, it's the officer stopped down the road and talked to young men about the noise complaint. He also gives them a warning as well. And what our neighbors are telling us in this corner area of King Street, it's also where Kaylee's ex-boyfriend at the time, Jack DeCoeur, resided, really close to this home.
This old shit?
And so they're at the first stop for the authorities, and they walk down a very short distance. You can watch this on this body cam video and walk a very short distance to where we are here at this home. And again, this video taken August 16th. The full semester started at the University of Idaho August 22nd. So this is normal, like you said, leading up to the semester starting here on campus and what it would look like.
We're watching that walk now. So this is the walk from Kaylee's boyfriend's house to their house, right? So this is walking the streets of the neighborhood, and it's so close. And I think the significance there, right, is just before the murder, that's who they're communicating with. Kaylee and Maddie are both texting Jack, who is Kaylee's boyfriend, again, which was the site of this other party where police went to that day.
Exactly. So again, I'm estimating less than 50 yards from this home.
Speaking of Bob Wears Legs, weren't you in somebody's live last night, Hayden? I seen you.
Home would be the home. It's a dead end area, kind of maybe a cul-de-sac.
Alphabet detectives ain't
with
shutting shit down.
multi-unit resident homes, much like the one behind me where the crime happened, where students lived. And neighbors telling us, yes, the ex-Jacques Decor so close by where Kaylee was, and she and Maddie were texting him up until 2:52 a.m. Before they were brutally murdered in this home. Very chilling information.
And again, walking in that neighborhood and seeing all the people that are there, to commit a murder in that neighborhood, I think it would take, you'd really have to kind of case the place out to see what the normal movements and when people go to sleep, because with that many college students.
Hold up. Let's try this again. Hello?
Hey, what's up, T-REV? It's Glenn. How you doing, man?
What's going on, brother? You're live.
Hey, congratulations on all the great work you've been doing. Big fan of your show. Watched all the videos. Appreciate you coming on late last night and putting up another post from your video. It's good work, man.
Appreciate it, brother.
Yeah, in regards to the case, I mean, we've been seeing a lot of the same stuff, that it's gotten a little slow. I think people are feeling a little bit of grit, but when you go back to the Tapatalk conversation, there's a lot of, like, the way he speaks when he writes, that if you compare it to the way he potentially or allegedly spoke on your show, it really matches up. I mean, if you look at how he speaks, the format in which he writes, it's one and the same. I don't know if you guys have given any consideration to that. The other was, I mentioned in a message to you about that other cat that's been sort of linking the leads to the work that we've seen with his ditch accounts or his fake accounts that line up to the vegans that are potentially still unsolved murders, and very much in the same fashion. Have you guys dug into that at all?
What, the organ murders?
Well, there was a cat. I think I sent you the DM. It was like True Crime True. It's a very new YouTube guy. But
yeah, it was on the organ murders.
Yeah, I think it was throughout Oregon and potentially other areas within 20 to 50 miles.
He was living in Pennsylvania at the time, though.
I don't believe that that's entirely the case. He was been in Washington for a while and studied out there. I don't know. I guess you're right. But
he was in Pennsylvania, from what I was able to find. He was in Pennsylvania in 2020 and shit.
He's got hell of miles, though. It doesn't seem to faze him to cross-country drive.
I mean, in general, I'm not saying it's not possible that he could have been out there scoping for college, etc. But you know what I mean? Because it is possible that he was on a trip. But that information I won't be able to find out.
Yeah, I mean, it's all pretty compelling. I think the other thing I wanted to say about the show, and based on the formats that I've been getting information, I appreciate how much you've done to keep the information that comes in, not just posting it or resharing it all, and basically just saying, yeah, everything is good, let me play it, but more, I'm skeptic, I won't agree, or I'll, say anything other than allegedly, which I think helps purify the show. Not everything just makes it up on screen or gets replayed as truth.
Right.
So that's a good perspective for your show. But I'll let you go, man. I appreciate the opportunity to call in. I'm glad that Google's working for you again.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, shit, I paid for it. This shit better work. Well, it is what it is. I cleared the cache and it seems to be working right now, so I'm good.
All right. Well, like I said, that, and I apologize for the other situation. I sent you an email, and I'll publicly apologize. You're a good dude. You're trying to handle drama. I don't want to be part of it. So to you and your audience, man, just thank you for giving me a shot. And if you catch my email when you get a chance, bro. But love the show. Keep supporting, keep retweeting, and thanks for the call.
Yeah, no doubt, brother. God bless you.
All right.
Shout out to him, man. If you want to call in, man, they back to back. Now they ain't playing.
Finally, I'm back.
Live. What's going on?
Hey. Okay, so hopefully it doesn't hang up on me. But I wanted to say something about the Doordash. And I don't know how it is over there, but the Doordash have probably just left the food in front of the door. So it doesn't. I don't think it'll be confirmed, like who actually grabbed the Doordash.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, it's loud. And then I wanted people to know that it's not conflict of interest to have a family member defend you. What would be conflict of interest is if your family member was, like, say, part of the first investigating, law enforcement.
Right.
That would be conflict of interest. you can have whoever you want defend you as long as they're licensed to practice in that state. Now, people are giving me flack because I keep saying that the evidence that they have is circumstantial. And the reason why it's circumstantial because touch DNA is not as definitive as, like, say, blood or semen or saliva. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like, touch DNA, he could say the knife was stolen. And as far as, like, his car, he could say the phone was in his car and he let somebody borrow it. That's what beyond a reasonable doubt means, is a reasonable person and how they would doubt. Like, if you cannot prove beyond a reasonable doubt of a reasonable mind, sound-minded person, then you can't find them guilty. That's what they tell you when you're being a juror.
Mm-hmm.
And so, like I said, it's going to be a couple years before he goes to trial because, like I said, most people are going to go in biased that he's guilty because common sense doesn't get a conviction.
Mm-hmm.
Evidence does. And so that's all I wanted to say about that.
This knife is?
Okay, well, I believe in psychics, and I didn't realize that I guess it should have only taken 10 minutes to get home for him, whereas it took an hour, and I guess part of his route is traceable. I think it's hidden somewhere along the route, obviously, like probably up in the woods somewhere where you think nobody will find it, but he can find it. So there's probably some sort of like obvious landmark near it so that he can use that to go back to it.
Yeah, I feel like either he dumped it on the way to Pennsylvania or he hit it right after.
Oh, he probably hit it right after. And did you guys know there's actually a 24-hour car wash that's just right around the corner from the victim's house? I don't know if anybody's like looked into that.
What is it?
A 24-hour car wash.
I wonder if I wonder if they looked into that or got video footage or cameras at the car wash in general. That's interesting.
Yeah, I looked it up the other day. I was thinking, should I don't want to question like the capabilities of the law enforcement, but should I say something? Should I send a message about that?
Yeah, why not? I mean, it wouldn't hurt.
It's true. That's true. Well, that's all I wanted to say. Oh, I appreciate you letting me come on, and I'm really happy to see your channel getting big, and good job on that interview.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. God bless you. Thank you for having a voice in the community. Hopefully I'll hear from you again.
You sure will. All right. Talk to you later.
Thank you. Shout out to her. Let's see what calls get through this time. I get what you're saying. He was expecting Ethan or Xana. He was expecting Ethan or Xana to be in there. In the home, I think his target was Kaylee. Maybe you meant he wasn't. I work for Doordash, and if you put on your app to leave it at the door, we have to wait around for 10 minutes while our phone counts down the timer. Nah, I did Doordash. I ain't never had to wait around no 10 minutes. That must be in your state or something. I ain't never had to do that while door dashing before. That's crazy. I think I heard of that one. That's new. That's new to me. Hold up.
What's up, buddy?
Detective Juan. What's up, man? You live?
I'm alive. I'm driving, but I can talk. What's up?
What's going on, man? What's going on? So what's gonna happen tomorrow at the court date? What do you think?
I don't think he's not gonna. I don't really know what Idaho law is, or how they do. They do things a little bit differently there. This may not be. I don't know if they're gonna ask him what his plans are as far as a plea, or what he's gonna do. They're not going to. Sorry, I'm not in front of a TV, guys. I'm driving with a big trailer behind me. They're not going to allow. People are saying that he's going to plea. They're not going to allow him to plea. I would be very surprised if they allow him to plea to escape the death penalty. If the state does that, they're gutless. They're absolutely 100% gutless if they allow him to plea and escape the death penalty. I don't really know what's going to happen tomorrow. I know here in Florida it would be, how do you plea, guilty or not guilty? But I don't know if that's what this is going to be tomorrow or not. Typically, that's what it would be. It's just a plea, to decide what he wants to do. His attorney's going to probably, they're going to ask him, he's going to get the answer, but his attorney's going to be speaking mostly for him.
So you think are they seeing their hand tomorrow or what?
No, that's all going to come in discovery.
Mm-hmm.
And discovery is with a case like this. I mean, he's got a right to a speedy trial, but I don't think that's going to be applicable in a case like this. They're going to have delays. It's not going to benefit either side. It's not going to benefit him to have a speedy trial as well. I mean, because he's going to need to have time. His defense team's going to need to have time to look at all the evidence and put together a team to fight the DNA. And this isn't just your typical homicide. This is a huge case, and there's a lot of evidence. We're only seeing a scintilla. We're not seeing nearly what they have. I mean, they've got a lot of stuff for discovery, and they're going to battle back and forth in discovery. Sorry, I'm backing this trailer in.
You good?
They're gonna battle back and forth. You're gonna see an epic battle. If again, I'm gonna be very surprised if this is it still the same court-appointed state attorney or PD. Still
As
the same attorney, they haven't changed.
Yep.
I'm gonna be very surprised to see her stay. If she stays, that's gonna floor me. But I've been wrong before.
If the glove don't fit, you must have quit.
You must have quit. But she apparently is the top dog on the PD side. So, she may keep the case. But usually a team, you're not going to get the team you would get in the private sector. Just because they don't have the resources to do that. That's why the private sector, they're going to hire outside specialists, and they're going to hire, all kinds of people to fight the DNA and the procedural, things that should have been done that weren't done. And, they're going to battle back and forth on that. And, the judge he's not going to allow the prosecution to win every argument. Every piece of evidence isn't going to be admissible. There's going to be things that are going to be thrown out. Suppression hearings, statements, things like that are all going to be on the table.
So nothing. So for tomorrow is just going to be what?
I think tomorrow's probably going to be pretty uneventful. She's going to set another hearing date. She's going to set a date and time, and she might try to figure out and set a trial date. But, they'll put it on the docket for the week of, a year from now, whatever date, So that's probably what's going to happen. He might say what he's pleading tomorrow. I know here he would, but Idaho's a little strange. They do things differently there. Might just be a formal hearing about, other miscellaneous things.
They had somebody call in yesterday. They wanted me to ask you, what will they do with this house after all said and done? Will they tear it down, or will they leave it there? Or is that up to the owner?
Well, some states have a victims compensation programs. So, but a lot of times it only covers certain things, and it doesn't cover like property loss and things like that. Mm-hmm. But I'm not sure about Idaho. I don't know if they have something like that, but a lot of states will have some kind of compensation. Now, if I'm going to predict something, the university might do something. They might do a GoFundMe page for that site to make like a monument,
memorial,
honoring those kids.
Mm-hmm.
And they might just use the land for that, and make a little memorial park out of it. I don't know, but I mean, I don't think that they're, usually when the funds are there for victims, it's for like medical costs and, lost wages, things like that, victims of violent crime. Sometimes, sometimes they get money, but most of the time the financial responsibility is going to be on him. He is a victim. Whoever owns that house is a victim, but I don't think there's going to be monies there from the state allocated for his property loss. But I could be wrong. Some states may have something like that.
You think they're going to push for bail tomorrow?
I think that's a moot point. I mean, she wouldn't be, look, people can get upset and say, how dare she ask, and all the audacity, but guys, she's got to ask. She's got to fight for bail for him. So I know you're all going to be wanting to attack the TV screen and throw something at it and call her names and all this stuff. A lot of people will, but she has to. If she doesn't fight for bail for him, and if she gives a lame fight, these are all grounds for a mistrial. So if she's not performing to his satisfaction and he wants to fight it, he could get a mistrial granted, and he could also have an appeal process granted, just based on the fact that his attorney was lame and the state provided it. So don't get mad at her if she's, this is America. I mean, she's got to fight for him. If there was videotape of him doing it, she would still have to fight for him. If he wanted to take it to trial, she would still have to fight for him. And I know a lot of people are thinking he's going to plea, but he's got nothing to lose. Nothing. If it was me, I would take it to trial. What are you going to, I mean, they're coming after him with everything they've got. So he needs to fight, unless he just lays down and says, yeah, I did it. I don't want to put my family through this, but he's, he's a nutbag.
What's the chances of that happening in your opinion? Slim to none.
Well, that's the difference between a sociopath and a psychopath. One cares about people's feelings and just acts out and does crimes and things that hurt other people, but they have a conscience. Some people don't have a conscience. So I don't know which one he is. He's one of the two, but I don't want to, form an opinion based on just the fact that he's killed 4 people. He may be that type of guy that you know, a sociopath, they know what they're doing. You know, they have morals. You know, psychopaths they don't have a conscience. They don't. That's why I refer to him as a psychopath often. So
he's a flight risk.
You know, I don't. He's definitely a flight risk. He's not. I mean, you gotta think. Technically, he was kind of. You know, he wasn't technically a fugitive from justice, but he was hauling butt. You know, nearly 4,000 miles away. I think it's 3,700 miles, if I remember right. You know, and he took odd routes. I mean, you know, I'm on the fence whether he told his dad or his dad had a feeling that he did this. I think his dad probably had a feeling that he did this. And that's why he wanted to go out there, because, you know, he wanted to have a heart to heart with him and feel him out. But you'd have to be pretty blind not to put the pieces of the puzzle together against your own son, knowing the things that they knew, that he owns that car, what his criminal, you know, what his degree aspirations were, you know, and how he was infatuated with, you know, mass murders, serial killers, criminals in general. So I think his dad knew. I think he was just trying to, you know, spend some final moments, and what better time to, you know, drive across country with your son, maybe see some sights. Maybe that's what they did. You know, we won't know, but they didn't take the direct route. They took a kind of a scenic route, you know, that was another 600 or 700 miles. But I don't see him doing that. I see him fighting because he wants to shine. You know, he's been insignificant, I think, his whole life. That's why I believe he totally planned to do what he did, but I honestly don't believe that he planned to do it that night. I think this was something that he just, I'm doing it tonight, you know, just made a decision to do it. Something set him off. And I was thinking about, again, how we talked about, you know, what Dylan heard him say, that's okay, I'm gonna help you, or something to that effect. And that he was, I'm thinking that he hated these girls so much. He had so much disdain for them, the way that they were, the beautiful girls. They're, you know, I don't want to talk bad of them. They're probably little teases out there in the bar. And, you know, he's one of those guys that knew he could never have a girl like that. And, you know, he was an incel. So he, you know, I don't know that for a fact. That's just something that I put out there, that he's you know, he can't perform. He's
ED,
you know, got issues.
Now, question to Detective John, what are your thoughts about the sealed document info? I assume they're talking about
the sealed document. I'm assuming that was post gag order. So anything that's
what about from the warrant from this house or apartment?
Is that sealed right now? Are they
Mm-hmm.
are they saying that's sealed?
It is sealed.
Yeah, that's post gag order. They're not gonna let anything else out. We're not gonna get to see jack crap. I'm telling you right now. There's nothing more for us to see.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the only info that we're gonna get is gonna be due to a leak.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, they're not gonna give us anything. You know, you're not going to hear anything from law enforcement. You're not going to see anything posted on their website. They're going to take those pages down. You know, there's not going to be any activity, because there's not going to be any propensity out there for them to wind up with a contempt charge for violating the gag orders. You know, and also there's a big teaser out there for, you know, news outlets. You know, they pay people big bucks to get info. So, there's always that temptation from somebody, maybe there's somebody in the department that's getting ready to retire that might have some information. You retire and you sell yourself to the devil.
What about all right, does Detective John think of what does Detective John think about the numerology factor? Possible but probable.
The whole murder by numbers, I talked about that before. I mean, I haven't really looked at, the similarities and a lot of this stuff. I mean, he could have very well picked that house based on numerology and the dates based on numerology, but I'm not really seeing it. I still would be surprised if he wasn't following them on social media and he had some kind of connection and it led him there. Again, I'm speculating, but the murder by numbers thing, maybe, anything's possible. I mean, you just don't know what this guy, if he's a copycat, if he's got a little bit of every serial killer he's ever studied rolled into one event, and he's taken something from each and every one. I mean, it's like Danny Rawling. He butchered people with a knife. That's the one that I think he's most similar to. People keep comparing him to, Find, Torture, Kill, BTK. I don't really see the similarities there. I mean, to be honest with you, I mean, that's the modus operandi there. The MO is different. I mean, it's just, he binded people up, he tortured them, and he killed them. I mean, that didn't happen in this case. I mean, he went in and out, and I said from the beginning, I thought that he could have, whoever did this did it within 15 minutes. And it's funny how that's the timeline that's being put out there. He was in and out. Somebody said that, I think you were telling me that there's something out there that he put something on the ceiling fan, body parts.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't see that. Again, I could be wrong, but I don't see him taking the time to amputate body parts or fillet pieces of flesh off and stage them through the house. I mean, I don't see that. But hey, again, I could be wrong. But I do have another theory on why he didn't react to Dylan, because when you do an event, if you ever had an event in your life where your adrenaline was just, you have tunnel vision, your adrenaline, you just did something and your adrenaline is pumping so hard that you're only seeing, specks in front of you, and it's a tunnel vision. You ever been so mad that you've had tunnel vision, and anything peripheral you don't see? You just did a quadruple homicide, and your adrenaline's just, I mean, could you imagine? Put yourself there. Could you imagine brutally murdering 4 people, and you're in psychosis? You're in a catatonic state almost when you're done. I mean, I've been in situations like that. I've been in, in scraps. I've fought my whole life. I've been in many scraps where I couldn't see anything around me. I could only see directly in front of me, and it's a weird feeling when your adrenaline, when you're producing so much adrenaline and it's just pumping through your system. And I believe he had a major adrenaline dump
right
at the end of that. And he may not have even seen her. Honestly, he may not have even seen her. She saw him, but he may not have even seen her. I don't know what the lighting was like. It doesn't articulate that in any of the, in the PCA. It doesn't talk about.
How about that?
But these are the things that you're gonna see in the incident report, the narrative, the supplementals that are all combined together that we're not seeing. We're gonna know these little details. We're gonna know, when they got there, what lights were on, So that's going to tell you if it was, if it was dark in there that night or if it was well lit. You're going to base it on statements that Dylan gave. Were there any lights on?
Mhm.
You just, there's things that we don't know. We can all imagine and speculate, but, lighting would be a big factor. If you see a silhouette of somebody in the dark, she may not have thought anything of it. The girls were out. Maybe they brought a dude home they met at the bar. That might have been a common thing. I know when I was in college, too, my roommate, he'd bring home a different chick every weekend. So, I mean, it was... Oh, my God! Those are just factors that we have to consider. You can't just assume, the easiest... You can't assume the obvious here. This case is monotonous. You can't assume the obvious. People can criticize Dylan all they want. Why didn't she dial 911? It could be something as simple as
This case is about to be hung up for the next year or two. People, you know what I mean? We ain't gonna be looking at this case for a while. It's gonna be, now that they got him, it's gonna be. I'd say within the next 2 to 10 days, absolutely, it's time to move on.
Yeah, it's
until trial.
It's gonna go stale for a while, because there's gonna be things that we aren't seeing behind the scenes. But don't think that they're not going to be working on it. They're going to be working on it for the next. They're preparing for this trial for the next year. I would say it's going to be at least a year, if not longer.
Right.
And it's not going to be in whatever the county is, Moscow, that is in. I mean, there's just no way. That right there would be grounds for an appeal, because there's no way that you're talking about a small town, probably a small county. I haven't looked it up. I mean, look up the size of the county that Moscow's in. I'm sure, Idaho itself is not very heavily populated. So I just think that, they're going to have to fight for a venue. They're going to have to agree on a venue. These things are going to require multiple hearings. Just on that alone is going to require multiple hearings. Then you have the jury selection. That's going to be a nightmare, an absolute nightmare, because we're going after the death penalty. So, of course, the defense is going to want somebody that's anti-death penalty. So you're going to have to give. There's going to be a give and take. It's not going to be a simple jury pool, and then you've got alternates. So they may have up to 15 jurors selected because they have to have alternates. On a case like this, you got to have alternates, because it's going to be long, drawn out. People from the original 12, a couple of them may drop just due to the time. They may not be able to take it. Family matters, things like that, health issues.
What about that fake audio?
What's that?
That fake audio everybody wanted me to play.
That was the right decision, man, not to play that.
I already knew it was fake when I heard it.
You would lose, credibility, and your integrity would be. Anybody that played that has no credibility, and their integrity is shot. In my opinion, they're just doing it for clicks. I mean, it's just.
That's why I didn't even pay it no mind. When I heard it in my Discord, I listened to it. I was like, "This is fake."
I listened to people talk about where it came from, and I'll be 100% candid with you. I have not even listened to it. I wouldn't even waste my time listening to it, because it's not. The chances of it being legit are 99 to 1. It's just not plausible.
They would eat that town. They would eat that mother. Whoever had that, right? Say it was released. They would get ate up for it being leaked.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And you know, if I'm the investigating detective on this case, and I went and I interviewed whoever owned that security equipment, I would make sure that I got the copy, I got the DVR or whatever it's on. I've got the hard drive DVR, and there are no other copies. I would demand to have all the copies and say, look, you know, we cannot have this leaked out. You know, I would move to have a judge issue an order for that too. And that may have happened. That's why, I mean, it's not in the cards that was out there. It's like the photo that was released of the Elantra driving past the gas station, you know, the blurry photo.
Oh my God, I can see the P on the hat.
Yeah, I mean, there's some ridiculous things, but that photo actually was from the clerk taking her phone and taking a picture of the DVR screen. That photo did not come from the DVR itself or from anything that they burned.
Right.
It came from her actually just pausing the screen or actually just taking a snapshot of the video while it was running. So that was a leak. I don't believe the police didn't release that.
The neighbors debunked it, says Love a Scorpio. The neighbors debunked the audio.
Absolutely. I mean, the neighbors debunked what, the fake one or the one that the police have? Allegedly.
They debunked the audio, the fake audio that was put out. The content creators woke up and decided, hey, this is what it would sound like. And then somebody took that and said, this is the actual audio. Oh my God.
Yeah, that's funny because this is what it would sound like, right? I mean, how many people didn't hear that? They heard what they wanted to hear.
As soon as they were like, yeah, play it so we could take a poll on it.
Are you crazy? Are you out of your mind?
But you think whoever put that out didn't tactfully say this is what it sounds like? Or if it was written, it would be in fine print. This is what it sounded like. But I'm sure that's not what happened. But it was subtly said or subtly articulated to where, you know, it's thrown in a sentence where people would just kind of look over. This is what it sounds like. All you're seeing, all you're focusing on is probably the bold print of audio of slaying or whatever it said. I don't even know what it said, but you know,
you could hear the thud, you could hear the scream, the dog barking. It's like, you're grasping that content. Like I said,
my daughter could make that on her, and my son could make that on her iPhone, on his iPhone. They could do it in 2 seconds. They could have half of that stuff done.
Your son can make it on her iPhone?
Yeah, my son and daughter they do it all the time. They make videos all the time. They pull audio from, you know, wherever they get it from, and they create videos all the time. They're excellent at it. They do TikTok stuff, and, you know, they pull, I mean, it's easy to do. I couldn't do it. I'm not that. You're probably good at stuff like that. I don't have time to sit down and
I don't fuck around with no fake ass audio.
No, I'm just saying you could if you wanted to.
Yeah, that would be the goofiest shit ever.
But people do shit for clicks, man. People do shit for kicks, and they do shit today for clicks.
Yeah, all day long.
Clicks and kicks.
All day long, you got people that do shit for clicks. You got fucking channels that are evolved around talking shit about people all day long. You got all types of different stuff out there.
So how'd it go last night? Good. I didn't get to talk to you after it was done.
What? Oh, Cuomo?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Cuomo. I got the video right
Cuomo.
here. Oh, Cuomo footage right here.
Well, what I watched was it kind of cut you off at the end. Is that the whole thing?
Nah.
Okay. Because you were talking about
it didn't cut me off.
What 10 people? No, what you had posted on what you posted wasn't the whole thing. And I don't I don't do cable. I don't have that on my cable network. So I just was waiting on it to come on YouTube and whatever you posted. So
Yeah, I posted it earlier.
Last night you posted it, right? But it was weird. It cut off at the end. I didn't see the whole thing.
Yeah, I actually uploaded it this morning.
Oh, okay. So I'll watch it when I get home. Cool. Well, congratulations, man. That was awesome. That was awesome. Would you get 4 or 5 minutes, or?
I sat backstage for a good 25 minutes.
Nice.
Yep, 25 minutes. I was backstage, and
is anybody firing any more questions? I can't see them, but I'll answer them.
I don't see any questions. I mean, everybody's pretty much,
Everybody, it's a hurry up and wait. We're all going to be on, There's something else we could.
It's about time to move on to another case.
That's what I just said. There's got to be something else out there that we can move on to.
No, there's without a doubt multiple cases.
Yeah. So
I just want to see what happens in court, and I'm ready to rock.
Maybe some of the viewers have a case in their area that's open, cold cases, things like that. It would be cool to go into cold cases if you could pull case files and we could pick them apart. I'd help you pick them apart, and then we could discuss. But there's going to be some fresh stuff out there. There's stuff out there now.
Yeah, there's one that we could pick apart right now. Actually, I need to get with him. It's about this kid named Christian. This should blow your mind.
Is this the little boy?
No.
Okay.
It'll blow your mind, though.
Well, forward it over to me, and I can start reviewing it, and then we can start up a new topic.
It's Christian Andre, I forget how you say his name fully, but the case will blow your damn mind. Apartment 801.
Nice.
That shit'll blow your mind, dude. It was deemed as a suicide.
There's a lot of cases out there deemed as suicides that were written off pretty hastily.
Right.
But there's a lot of things about suicide that people don't understand either. It's some cases, I've been to clear, suicides where there was no weapon, because a lot of times what happens, and I don't mean to scratch nails on a chalkboard if this bothers anybody, but if you were to go home and find your son had committed suicide or one of your parents or something like that, and they used a gun, there's a lot of times the family members will remove that, and they don't want it to be deemed a suicide, either A, because they don't want it to reflect poorly on their loved one, or they're highly religious and they don't believe they're going to go to heaven, or they don't want people to know that happened, or there's insurance involved. There's all kinds of things, and without a weapon on a suicide, a lot of them become open cases, and they're not, there's no ruling from the ME because there is no weapon. So there's a lot of those cases out there that are actually suicides that family members have actually destroyed the theory by removing the weapon.
Yeah, dude, this
but
case
it's getting harder.
This
harder
case
and harder
that I'm
to
talking
do.
about, there's a few different cases, but this Christian case will blow your damn mind too. I'm telling you.
Well, send me the link. Is there stuff online about it?
Apartment 801. Yeah, hell yeah, there's stuff on there about it. It's mind blowing too.
Oh yeah, I'm sure there is. So just send me a
I want to
link.
get
and I'll
all the
start-
files, like case files, and make a few videos on it, and go and start, try to get it open back up, because deemed suicide.
Well, the Idaho case isn't going to completely fizzle out, but it's just we're going to run out of things to talk about because of the gag order. You know, they're not releasing anything, so we're going to.
I mean, what much more is there to talk about until trial? In case anything comes out breaking that gets released, which I mean,
the only thing to talk about is potentially what direction we're going in and what steps are potentially next, and you know, things like that. There's still a good topic to be discussed about his motive. I mean, what was his motive? Now, you don't have to prove motive. You don't, you know, that's a big misconception with people. They think that you have to have and show a motive, but you don't have to do that. You just have to prove that he did it. It'd be a bonus to know a motive if he were to tell us. But I think they're going to find through his social media and all the search warrants they've executed on his electronic device, because his IP address is following him wherever he goes. So they're going to be able to go back, you know, and they're going to see it. Exactly. They're going to see that picture, and they're going to potentially they may be able to figure out a motive just based on what he's been looking at and what he's posted. Where did I see? Somebody had some crazy stuff that allegedly came from him recently. You know, basically like he's looking himself in the mirror and they're saying that it's him. It's got his picture like a selfie. Have you seen that? I saw that last night.
Yeah, Missy Bevers. Missy Bevers is another case that, I mean, I followed that for 7 years still to this date, and nobody has been caught. And you got a full video camera footage from inside the church of this killer walking around dressed up in police SWAT gear.
Really?
Yeah, bro. I followed that case from day one. And the person that was walking, allegedly, speculating wise, it looks like the stepdad, to be honest with you, but that's just my opinion. But there's more to it, because they have this vehicle on camera that drives around this parking lot, but yet they can't, that person never came forward. So what does that most likely tell you? I think we have a kind of the same situation here, where this vehicle cased around. They got video camera footage of this, but you can't see the plate clearly on Missy Bevers.
Where was this? What state was this in?
Missy Bevers, wasn't it? Hold on, was it Texas? I'll tell you right now. I'm gonna have to look it back up because it's been a while since I looked. Yep, Texas. Yep, Texas.
Now, what was the method?
Church of Christ. She got killed in a church with a hammer.
With a hammer?
Yes. And I followed that case from day one also.
Well, that's probably not a premeditated scenario.
I'm just saying. And then the stepdad had blood on his clothes, but yet it was animal blood, etc. But it's a weird case.
Was the stepdad a parishioner or anything at the church? Was he involved in the church?
I had to go back and look through the files, bro. It's been a minute since I looked at the case, because I was like, fuck.
That's how long.
It's been a minute since I looked at the case. Last time I looked at the case was probably 3 months ago. No new updates, no new nothing.
Was it a year old or so?
What, the case?
Yeah.
7 years.
7 years?
7 years. She was killed.
Sounds like light needs to be shined back on this bad boy.
No, it absolutely does. I mean, we got to get the community to come together on it and go hard. And there's a lot of shit to go off of, but I just don't understand how they didn't track down this vehicle that was suspiciously driving through this parking lot.
Was it during church service hours, or was it like
hours? All right. So she was a fitness instructor at the church that morning, going in at 5 a.m. This person was walking around banging the hammer all over the walls and literally waited and jumped her. In SWAT gear, in all SWAT gear, dude. You could see the killer on camera.
Maybe that was premeditated. That's weird.
Super weird, right? It's definitely in Texas at a Midlothian. Is that how you say it? Those churches? Hold up. The Church of
Midlothian.
Christ at Midlothian.
Wow.
It happened in 2016. 2016, bro.
Do they have video of the homicide, or do they just have video of him walking around?
They had video of him walking around.
Where did the homicide happen?
It happened in one of the rooms. She was beat to death with a hammer.
Wow.
I'll tell you this right now. It's a very sketchy case. They definitely need light shined on that case, and I'm definitely going to be touching back on that case because that case I fought, like I said, I followed that case from absolute start of it. Nancy Grace covered it. It was a big thing with Nancy Grace.
Did they have any suspects?
Nope.
Well, let's get the damn light shining back on this thing and put the pressure on some people, because
I think we need to get all the records of everything and hit a live hard on it and really get this light shining back on Missy Bevers' case, because that's one that's in my radar for sure.
You got the forum to do it. You got the followers to do it. You know, you need to get into her past. I don't know how much you're going to get on an open case. You know, I don't know what the PIO is going to give you. Public information officer, you know, there's certain things that, you know, aren't on an open case you just can't get. So you probably get an incident report.
I don't know, chat. Let me know. Are you guys interested in the Missy Bevers case? 1 for yes, 2 for no. I mean, we're gonna have to move on from this. We can't drag out this. Once this court date's over with, I'm telling you guys, it's a wrap for this case until trial. It really is, until, you know, court dates and trials. That's it. Period. And I want to go to this trial personally, in person.
Yeah. Good luck.
I see a lot of one.
There's going to be a line. There's going to be a line outside, and then they're gonna probably do like a lottery system. That's what they usually do.
Yes,
and
let's put the spotlight on. I like that attitude. Yes, let's put spotlight on cold cases. Let's go. Absolutely, and we don't have to stick to. We could stick to one week and rotate. We can rotate cold cases and shine light. We could shine a light on it. Open petitions, etc., to try to get some of these cases that were deemed suicide. Also, that you can look at it and be like, damn, like how'd you deem that a suicide? This Kristen case that I'm telling you about, I don't understand how you could deem that a suicide. When you look at the circumstances and everything's pointing at 2 people, and you'll see what I'm talking about when you look at it.
You got to look at, you know, on suicides, you got to look at the total picture. You know, you got to find out, you got to live that life, and you got to figure out, you know, it's kind of like motive. What would motivate someone to commit suicide? What would motivate someone to kill somebody? It's the same thing. You're killing yourself. So you've got to prove a motive. You know, I mean, people just don't kill themselves for no reason. There's reasons. So you got to dig deep. And sometimes that brings out a lot of pain. So
yes, let's get justice for Missy's children. They definitely need to know. I mean, like I said, the case is absolutely crazy. So
was she married?
Fuck yeah, she was married.
Yeah. So she's married, not divorced, not separated.
I think I'm friends with her husband on Facebook, to be honest with you.
Husband's got an alibi?
Yep. Yes, he does.
No crazy life insurance policies?
Not that I know of. Missy Bevers. Literally, yep, right here. Here she is. Fitness trainer. She still has this Facebook up, the Facebook page. Bevers, I'm telling you, man, it's the case is wild. I know it's Randy Bevers is the stepfather.
How do you spell it? Bevers, like it sounds.
No, Bevers, Bevers. Missy,
That's what I said.
Missy Bevers.
Missy Bevers case.
Yes.
Coming right up.
Yep,
True crime broad, Missy Bevers case discussion. There's a discussion forum on Facebook.
Oh, absolutely.
2.3 thousand members.
Absolutely.
There's another one, 488. Another
tell
one
me
with
more. Guys, I'm not playing. Like, we're at that point right now with this case. It's a wrap. We need to. There's other cases that need our light and our love and our touch. We I mean, with after court with Blowburger and with this gag order, etc. We're not going to keep grasping straws and trying to feed content and this and that. We're not going to do that here. I mean,
the only way these cold cases get solved is through initiative, and you know, trust me, probably the original investigator may not even be assigned to the case or may have retired, you know, so somebody's dropping the ball in this case and they're not.
Scott said, her husband alibi was he was in Mississippi with no cell phone service.
In Mississippi with no cell phone service.
Yeah, that's what Scott was saying.
7 years ago.
Fitness instructor was killed during the early morning hours of April 18th, 2016, as she was getting ready to teach a class at a Midlothian, I think that's how you say it, Midlothian church, which is what it was. And I followed, like I said, HLN, Nancy Grace covered it the day it happened. Thank you, Debbie. But yeah, guys, these cases need our attention. Seriously.
She's a pretty lady in shape. I mean, do you know if they got a profile from you know, the video of his size, weight, anything like that?
They got the whole video up there. You have to look at it.
Yeah, I'll look at it.
So moving on from Idaho 4, move on from Idaho 4 until the trial opens up, and that can actually pop up at the trial. I mean, we're getting close to that time where, like I said, I've been saying it for the last couple of days, and I'm gonna keep saying it. We're about to move on to a different case. There's going to be people that are going to keep dragging this case out, to going over the affidavit over and over and over and over and over again. It's just going to be, we're going to keep going in circles with it. You know what I mean? So there's a point where we got to move on.
What you could shoot for, T-REV, is, you know, get it out there and then get some of her friends to call in and have discussion on their theories. You know, what was going on in her life. We could do more interviews, I guarantee you, than the department investigating this case has done if we get it out there. People will come out of the woodwork that normally wouldn't have even talked to the cops, just to talk, you know, to get things off their chest. You know, you might open it back up, and there might be something that comes out of a conversation with somebody that blows the case wide open.
We want to talk about all these things with it. Like, there's a vehicle in this case, right? There's a vehicle in this case that person never came forward. There's a white vehicle that drives around this parking lot around the time, and they literally could never identify what this vehicle was. Makes no sense to me.
What?
Fuck yeah, bro. Like, how can you not identify you know what I mean? They never were able to identify the person in this vehicle or plates.
Well, it's like years ago they had the software. It's like I was talking about. That's how they knew it was an Elantra. Because that blurry photo, they would know. I mean, they've got computer software. They just it'll find the lines. It'll do everything geometrically. I mean, they'll know it. They'll know it in a freaking vehicle that's got just a very little oblique lighting. They'll be able to figure out what the vehicle is with the software that they have. It's amazing. So that's why they knew it was an Elantra, and everybody was, you know, saying, how could they tell? Well, I'm telling you, they could tell. The year doesn't really matter because headlights and taillights vary, you know, but, you know, most of the time the body lines don't change until there's a drastic change in a vehicle.
I mean, I'm
looking at a CRV and I'm pulling my driveway. We
Missy Bevers.
One's just 2 years older, looks exactly the same, but the taillights are different.
Right.
You know, so I mean that's astonishing to me. I mean, it says the video must be very poor quality or something, but they still should be able to pick it up. Somebody needs to. Were any other agencies involved? Were state agencies involved? You probably don't know any of that, though, do you?
Nope.
So they didn't have any support.
I mean, I was super deep in it. I had to go back and review everything that I had because I have a shit ton of notes written down on Missy Bevers' case, bro. A shit ton.
Right.
I'm gonna have to walk back down memory lane with it for sure.
Well, let's do it. Hey,
For sure,
you know,
sure.
it's like when somebody asks you a question, do you remember this? Do you remember that? No. Do you recall? There's a difference between remembering and recall. That's why if you're ever a witness in a case and, you know, you can't remember it, but you know it happened and you know you were involved, you always say, I don't recall. You don't ever say, I don't remember. Because if you don't remember, you don't remember. Not to get off track. If you don't remember, you don't remember. And that's what a defense attorney will pound you on. What do you mean? You don't remember. If you don't remember, you don't remember. That's why you always say, I don't recall. Because you can always recall something that happened, or, you know, the mind's a crazy thing. You know, you could go to sleep tomorrow and remember something you couldn't remember that you were beating your brains against the wall to have recalled. But, you know, yeah, get it started, dude.
Yeah, no,
bring it, don't sing it. Hey,
no, I've already been gathering up a lot of things. That's why my live's been short. They've been shorter lately because I've been. We can speculate on these alleged facts all fucking day long, but we don't have many facts on this Idaho 4 case. Besides, okay, we got somebody in custody. He's going through the phase to get to trial, or is he going to take a plea deal? Which, in my opinion, I think he's going to take it to trial. So we're going to have to wait for that date. The same as us waiting for the Delphi, which when that trial comes, I'll be fully covering that trial also because I followed that from day one. So that's another case.
The thing about it, Trev, is they're not going to offer him a plea deal. If they do, they're cowards. If they do.
Mm-hmm.
If they offer him a plea deal, then they don't have as much as we think they do. But there's no incentive to offer him a plea deal because cost is not hell. The governor gave him $1 million just to investigate this case. So, I mean, money's not going to be an issue. They're going to have, and that's why if it does go to trial, I would be surprised if it's not televised because these networks are going to, you know, there's going to be a lot of money to be made. Yeah. You know, it's inevitably up to the judge, but the judge is going to be under a tremendous amount of pressure to allow the press in the courtruom. And
I mean, also these other cases that aren't solved deserve our attention. You got these other, you know, we got Delphi and Idaho 4, which are in trial phase right now, working its way to trial. And these other cases, these cold cases, these new cases that are coming out, they need help and attention and etc. We can't, you know, you got to move on. Simple as that. Simple as that. You got to move on and come back to when it's trial time. I will follow it all the way out. But
yeah, the Delphi case should have been solved a long time ago.
For sure.
I believe that they, you know, that was, you know, not a good investigation, not good interviews, people not looking outside the box. I mean, you got a guy that was there. Why was he there? I mean, and he gets interviewed and then he's cut loose. And that was obscene to me. I mean,
that was in my hometown, Venice. Sean Daughtery case, 12-year-old found hanging. So yeah, that's from that's literally from my home stomping grounds. Summer Wells also is in Tennessee. That needs it.
Is that the one that was on the swing set? The kid that was on the swing set that was in his backyard or something?
I don't like members only because I feel like everybody should have to be able to chime in. But you said what now?
The kid in your hometown, is that the one that was on the swing set or something that they found in his backyard or something? Hanging?
Yeah, and his feet were clean, etc. Yeah. Yes, I was digging in that case a few months back, and I've been signing the petition on Facebook to open it back up. So
yeah, and weren't they moving or something, getting ready to move away?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
no, I don't know about you moving away.
Something exciting was getting ready to happen in his life, in the kid's life, which would, there's
not that I recall,
which would lead people to believe that he didn't commit suicide. That's being ruled as suicide, right?
Yeah, he did his homework before suicide. No, he didn't commit suicide, in my opinion.
Yeah, there's something there, or there's nothing there, because it is a suicide. But the parents are going to be the ones to know the answers there. How old was he?
12. He was 12 years old. Well, shit, when you got some time, I don't know. You're probably at work right now, but when you got some time, I'll hit you up in a little bit and talk about these cases, because there's like I said, Missy Bevers, etc. You're not near the TV right now to watch this video I'm about to play, are you?
No, I've got to run back out. I'm dropping off my skid steer, and then I'm heading back out.
Well, no doubt. I'll hit you up later. I appreciate you answering, brother. I'll talk to you in a little bit.
No worries, everybody. Peace out.
Prime time.
Prime time.
All right, boy. I'll holler at you.
See you. Bye.
Later. Shout out to Detective Juan. But don't you guys agree in chat? It's about time we move on to a different case after we make, after tomorrow's court date, we check in to see what happens tomorrow, which really I don't think much. I feel like now that this is being covered, we're definitely going to jump into some cold cases. We're going to jump into some stuff that's out there for sure. 100%. Everybody can grasp straws all they want with this Idaho 4 case, whatever. I don't care about what everybody else is doing. I care about what we're doing. So we're definitely going to be diving into some other cases for sure. There's other cases that need the attention in general. Love me some of that chapter. He kills me. Does Detective John think Brian could be linked to any cases of the last 2 years? He did say that he thinks this is his first time. He did say that. I know that for a fact. Let me see. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, let's move on. T, agreed. Blessed caller. I'm just saying. And just until other things pick up on the trial, etc., we need to move on until when there's new stuff that comes out, we'll cover it, right? But in general, there is other cases. Like people are mentioned, Summer Wells, even some Kylie Rodney, even Missy Bevers, 100%. Like Missy Bevers for sure. That's 100%. Now, check this case out. If you haven't seen it, it'll blow your mind.
Touched upon this case very briefly before, but there's so much startling information. In this video, we're going to take a deep dive. Missy Bevers was a fitness trainer, and on April 18th, 2016, she awoke at 3:30 a.m. to host her early morning class at Creekside Church of Christ in Midlothian, Texas. When the class arrived at about 5 a.m., they discovered she had been attacked. I'll
do a big poll on the community, because I know you can add more options. On here, you can't really add that many options. So on the community poll, we'll go based off some of those, and we'll start diving into them. Maybe 2-3 days of a cold, or 2 days of this, 2 days of that. You know what I mean? A couple cold cases that we really need to dive in on.
By the time the ambulance arrived, she was dead, with a host of disturbing surveillance footage, some of which gives us clues as to the possible identity of the perpetrator. Who would do this to a woman who is seemingly loved by all and had no enemies. There is seemingly no motive for what happened to Missy Bevers. Let's look into it.
No grass growing. This is okay. So this is the killer right here. Just what you're looking at is the footage of the killer walking through the church.
Terry Missy Bevers was born in 1970 in Graham, Texas. Since a young age, she was friendly, selfless, fun-loving, and charismatic. A person who had no problems making friends. After graduating high school, she attended Tarleton State University, graduating with a Bachelor's of Science in 1995. Unsure of what career she wanted for her future, she began to work in retail jobs, and she married Brandon Bevers in 1998. After going back to school to get a teaching certificate in special education, she wanted to give back to those who needed it. She gave birth to 3 daughters in 2001, 2003, and 2007, and then decided to stay at home and raise her children. She later developed a passion for fitness and became a fitness trainer for Camp Gladiator. In 2016, 45-year-old Missy was living with her husband and 3 children in Red Oak, just south of Dallas, and was hosting early morning classes at Creekside Church of Christ in Midlothian. On the 17th of April 2016, knowing what the weather was to be the next day, she posted, "If it's raining, we're still training." At 4:20 a.m., Missy arrived at the church and began setting up for the class. This footage was taken minutes before she arrived. The suspect, dressed in fake SWAT gear, breaks into the church. Due to the outfit, it was impossible for the police to determine the gender of this person, but they walked with a distinctive gait. They seem familiar with the place and are clearly looking for someone.
Now, do you if you think this is a girl walking right here, look again. Do you think this is a girl? 1 for yes, 2 for no.
Familiar with the place and are clearly looking for someone.
They got that weird walk with their feet like a duck walk.
Just after 5 a.m., 911 calls were made, presumably by the class attendants. They described finding Missy Bevers unresponsive and that she had been attacked. When the emergency services arrived, however, she was already gone. Missy had been murdered and stabbed multiple times in the chest and in the head. There was also signs that Missy had fought and struggled against her attacker. Police at first thought that maybe it was a burglary gone wrong, that they were there to rob the church and were interrupted by Missy. However, they quickly changed the case to a homicide investigation after they found the surveillance footage. The only other clue they had was this footage of a car outside the church.
Midlothian police released 2 new details in the fitness trainer murder investigation. Police are looking for this car, seen on the morning Missy Bevers was murdered near the church where the crime was committed.
A lot of 2s.
During the investigation, a sporting goods store just a few miles down the road from the church gave police additional footage. It showed a similar car to the one seen outside the church.
Nah, see, I don't understand how they didn't get a bolo out on this vehicle and find it.
It was taken just a few hours prior to the murder. The police never identified the driver of the vehicle. The investigators then began to believe that the suspect was specifically targeting Missy, and it was someone she knew. Missy's husband Brandon arrived back 2 days after the crime, as he had been on a fishing trip in Mississippi with his brother. Brandon later said of Missy,
"She was a great woman, a great a wife, a great mother, a great friend."
Having little to no leads other than the unidentifiable person and the footage, the police began to look into Missy's personal life, theorizing the suspect knew the victim and knew her well. Police discovered that Missy and her husband Brandon were having financial difficulties, and they had also previously discussed extramarital affairs. Police got warrants allowing them to gather cell data, as they thought Missy may have been in contact with the killer, but they didn't discover anything. When the knowledge that Missy and Brandon had discussed extramarital affairs, and that possibly one was cheating on the other, people began to point the finger at Brandon. But let's take a look at another man Missy would have been close with, Brandon's father, Randy Bevers. Here we have footage of Randy walking into the police station.
What do you think about that?
Notice anything about his walk? Distinctive.
Oh my God!
Also, 4 days after the murder, Randy Bevers dropped off a blood-covered woman's white extra large long-sleeved shirt to a dry cleaner in Midlothian. He alleged that the blood came from a dog, which was involved in a fight with another dog.
According to the search warrant, Midlothian police have seized a woman's white shirt, size XXL, that Missy Bevers' father-in-law allegedly took to a local dry cleaner just on Friday. This appears to be a copy of that receipt. You can see the description here. It says pullover, animal blood, red, all over white. Now, Randy Beaver, as well as his son, just has been in the police station here behind me. They're inside of that police station right now. According to detectives, Randy Bevers took 4 shirts to the dry cleaner, 3 shirts described as men's shirts, 1 XXL women's shirt with blood stains on it on April 22nd. The dry clean supercenter reached out to police that same day. The clerk said that Bevers had explained the stains on the white shirt came from, quote, animal blood. Now, our team spoke to Randy Bevers himself. He says he was aware that police seized that shirt. He explained the blood is animal blood. A family dog, he says, a Chihuahua, was involved in a fight with another dog, and he was wearing the shirt at the time. He says he has provided police with a statement, and his son briefly explained the situation just outside of the police station for us.
It's a Chihuahua. Right. You got in a dog fight. That's all I'm going to say. I got to get some water going.
Police managed to get the shirt and conduct a DNA analysis of it.
That right there is his father, the husband's father. And then the other dude you just seen was the husband. So this is the husband's father you're looking at right here.
However,
Randy. I got Randy right here. So if we take it here, this is Randy on Facebook. Like this right here is Randy. Randy Bevers, which we'll be digging into, I'm sure. Just showing you. That's Randy Bevers.
Were not able to confirm it was human blood. They also spoke to his veterinarian, and he confirmed that he did bring in an injured dog.
The dry cleaner had your shirt listed as a woman's XXL shirt. Just a mistake. That's your shirt. The dry cleaner listed your shirt with the blood stains on it as a women's.
Well, my wife's white shirt had blood stains on it too. So both of us had blood stains on her shirt and mine. So because it,
So there are 2 shirts of blood on it.
Yeah.
The warrant only listed one.
The warrant only listed one. Where's the other shirt?
The dry cleaners.
So the dry cleaner calls and says there's blood on.
I don't know what I don't know the conversation between the cleaners and the police station. Okay, I don't know that conversation.
You're saying there's blood on 2 shirts.
There's 2 shirts that's got blood on. Okay.
And then, Randy, even though it's brought you this attention, would you say that you're glad that they're looking so closely?
You better believe it. You better believe it. You better believe it. If they weren't, they wouldn't be doing their job. Okay, so by them doing this, it tells me that they're being diligent and doing their job on any tiny little whatever comes across is being looked at, and it should be. So that's great.
Brandon was confirmed to be in Mississippi at the time of the murder, and Randy traveling in California. And both of these were determined to be true, the alibis held up. But that has not stopped people theorizing that, indeed, they were out of town. They may have knowledge of who committed the murder. In the months that followed, there was never anyone officially listed as a suspect by the police. There were, of course, however, people of interest.
Last year, amid a flood of tips, a name emerged: Bobby Henry.
Hi. How are you?
Midlothian police executed a search warrant on his house.
I thought somebody was pranking me. They said, step out on your front porch. I step out on my front porch. There's 8 police officers standing out there in full tactical gear with weapons drawn. And I'm like, I'm just, stunned.
Records show police honed in on Henry because he walks with a limp and had access to equipment similar to what the killer wore.
I told them from the get-go I didn't know this woman. Never heard the name Missy Bevers before I heard it on the news.
He passed a polygraph, his alibi checked out, and months after sitting in jail and just days after our September interview, police cleared Henry's name and released him from jail.
April Sandoval was one. A woman who attended Missy's classes a couple of times. She had a stocky build, a broken foot, and was in the height range of the suspect. Had been arrested previously for passing a bad check, and had dropped out of the military. It was also claimed she rented a car very similar to the one seen on tape. However, when the police spoke to her, they didn't find anything which they believed connected her to the case.
I'm about to line
So what do we think happened to Missy Bevers? So who was that person, the person who attacked Missy, dressed terrifyingly in SWAT gear at 4 o'clock in the morning, stalking the church looking for her? Or was she simply a victim of wrong place, wrong time? Though if it was a burglary that went wrong, why were they wearing SWAT gear? And the manner in which they walked around the place it definitely seems like they were looking for something in particular. Or someone.
I believe she was targeted. You have to ask yourself, if a person's going to break into a church, what are they going to take? What are they there to steal? AV equipment? I work in a church. Some of the most expensive equipment in a church is AV equipment. Or money from tithings from the previous day. Okay, those are the two things.
Was she the target of a hired killer by someone she knew? Was the hired killer April Sandoval? I don't think so. Was it Randy Bevers? Other than the walk, there's no evidence, and his alibi was confirmed, but well, who knows? Or was she murdered by someone she didn't know, but they knew her? A stalker, perhaps. A few days before her death, Missy supposedly showed a message to a friend that she received on LinkedIn. The message was described as creepy, but who sent it to Missy is unknown. Police also found messages on Missy's phone which had been sent to someone, which were described as flirtatious and familiar.
Now, according to the police warrant, Missy had been exchanging so-called intimate messages with a man she met 3 months ago on LinkedIn. Apparently, her husband knew about her affair, told police about it. Pat, is this the same person she had the affair with? And I guess you just got off the phone with the husband. What did he tell you?
As for that LinkedIn message, there's a couple of different things. First, a couple of days before her murder, they believe there was one set of texts coming from a so-called creepy person that they're still trying to identify. But according to the affidavits, and I read them all today, there was another communication going on with someone else for a matter of months. It is unclear whether that person, I could name him, but I'm not going to at this point. All you have to do is read the affidavit, that person and she were communicating according to this, since January. Now, that doesn't mean anything. We don't know that that's an affair. Could be a friendship.
But the police, they never revealed who the person she sent the messages to were. New detectives were assigned to the case in 2018, and a $50,000 reward has been offered for information.
So the perp has a prosthetic right foot.
But to this day, over 3 years later, even with all the footage we have, and that's a lot of footage for an unresolved murder, we still don't know who was responsible for Missy's death. She didn't have any enemies, or at least none that she knew of. She was well liked in the community, and she suffered a horrific end. Hopefully information will come out sooner rather than later about what happened to Missy Bevers. Thank you so much for watching. I really, really appreciate it. If you'd like to see some more of my videos, please subscribe and don't hesitate to let me know your thoughts on this case down below.
Send it,
and as always, I will see you real soon in the next video.
Yeah, that case is crazy. I'm telling you, I'm gonna dive into that one for sure. It's 12:30. Let's see. Yeah, it's 12:30. I gotta go to a doc. I gotta go to the doctor's. But I'll be back. I might be back on later tonight. I appreciate you guys. Thank you for being here. And I'm gonna be look for the community post that I'm gonna have on the cold cases, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Love you all.